Hello and welcome to the Library of Chaos podcast. I'm Wozni.
And I'm Ogrim.
Meow, meow. I'm Jimbus the cat.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Today we're going to be discussing Storm of Iron by Graham McNeill. We are joined today by our good friend CJ.
Hello, I'm CJ.
There you go.
Hello, CJ.
We needed Graham McNeill as a Scot, and we needed a Scot to give us the proper perspective on Graham McNeill. So we got the only Scot we know.
Honestly, I feel like it's hard to understand the Scottish without being Scottish, so yeah, that makes sense.
But you're Welsh, you're even harder to understand.
I don't know what you just said. Okay. Storm of Iron is, I think, the first book we've had since Space Wolves, which is mostly Space Marine viewpoints. And it's also the first story we've had from primarily from an antagonist perspective, so that's fun.
I don't know about mostly Space Marine viewpoints, to be honest.
I don't know.
There's definitely a bunch of Space Marines in this, and there's definitely a bunch of viewpoints that are Space Marines, but there's an awful lot of characters that are not Space Marines.
Well, there is. I think there's a lot of different viewpoints in it. I'm going to say it almost plays out like can you use the term procedural drama for a book?
I think that's sorry.
Are you really saying the Storm of Iron is just a CSI episode?
That CSI is not what a procedural drama is.
It is a procedural drama.
A procedural drama is when you have when you hop around and see what loads of different people are doing during a series of events. So, like the movie, was it Pandemic, that came out 10 years ago or something? That was a procedural drama.
The movie turned out to be horribly prescient.
Yes.
Not Birdemic.
Not to be confused with Birdemic.
Here's the thing. I would say Storm of Iron is halfway between Pandemic and Birdemic.
That is a harsher review than I would give it, but yeah.
Well, now, let's talk about Graham McNeill. He is the second author in our group who was never a published author outside of Black Library. He is basically Gav Thorpe 2.0. Like Gav Thorpe, he got his start writing fluff for codices. I call codices. Laurie Golding said they were codexes because they have to copyright it. But Graham McNeill was never a published author before this. He was some guy who worked in their shops and ended up writing fluff for them. And he wrote some pretty good fluff. I still have very fond memories of his third edition Codex Necrons. That one is one of the most thematic and one of the most... That was back in the days when Necrons were...
badass?
Necron, Terminator in space, serving unknowable star gods that were lifted from the Cthulhu mythos because Graham McNeill fucking loves the Cthulhu mythos.
Yes, he does.
So you're saying that Graham McNeill...
Necron Codex, isn't it?
I think it was.
You're saying Graham McNeill kind of wrote Necrons then when
Well, he wrote the original iteration of Necrons basically when they went from 4 troops choices to a proper army.
Okay.
Back before it became Tomb Kings in space.
So I mean, my experience with Graham McNeill was Horus Heresy mainly, and to be honest, if you'd have told me then during reading those books that he was Gav Thorpe 2.0, I'd have said, well, he's clearly a better writer in terms of the actual writing.
Gav Thorpe 2.0 fits in that regard as well.
Well, he's upgrade. He has a massive upgrade.
Thing, I am not. Graham McNeill he uses more obscure and more interesting reference material. The thing is, he's so. We'll get into this later, but Gav Thorpe made his name by taking Nazi exploitation books and rebranding them as 40k, and that's how he wrote his books. And Graham McNeill did the exact same thing, but he was a smarter cookie, or certainly presented himself as a smarter cookie, and he used reference material that was a lot more obscure and that he could get away with in a much more obvious way.
So I've got 2 comments on that. The first is, and we will definitely get into this when we cover some of the Horus Heresy ones, I will solidly agree with Graham McNeill presenting himself as a smart cookie. The second one is, I don't know if I'd say this is a good characterization of McNeill in general, but I understand there's something going on with this book, at least. Yeah. I think in the early Black Library sort of scene, I remember people used to talk about like the big three authors of Black Library being Abnett, McNeill, and what's his name? Sandy Mitchell.
Yes, Andy
Back in the day. Back before we had
Aaron Dembski-Bowden.
yeah,
and
I was
Chris
going to say
Wright
the polarizing
and-
Aaron Dembski-Bowden, who now half of people love and half hate. And yeah, Chris Wright.
Have I read anything with Sandy Mitchell?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever read any of the Caiaphas Cain? That's what he writes.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. No, I've read a few then.
We'll get
He's
to it
got- he's a
later.
It's a very different style, the Caiaphas Cain books. So
Yeah, the
is he-
Caiaphas
does he-
Cain books are interesting, but we'll get to that. This is Graham McNeill. Now,
is that our new tagline now? We'll get to that.
New
been a
tagline.
this is started.
Well, okay. Is that officially our tagline now?
I thought it
Since we've
was.
said it like 20 times so far in the first like 5 minutes.
So some things to point out about Graham McNeill. He's not a particularly imaginative writer. He is very tell, don't show, and he has a lot of characters delivering their lines in massive, uninterrupted chunks, which
A lot of
is
monologuing.
rather dry.
Yeah, that's good. I was going to say a lot of his characters monologue a lot, though. So that's probably a huge part of that.
McNeill to me feels like an author who is on a technical level bad, but somehow I still find his writing quite engaging, even though I feel like I shouldn't.
He's good at
I mean,
describing.
I'm not to
stuff.
say he's bad. He's just. I don't think he would ever have become a published author if he wasn't someone at Games Workshop who got to write stuff for Black Library. I don't think he would have got in the way Abnett or Watson did outside of Black Library. Then again, the exact same is true of Gav Thorpe.
I think a part of that is going to be just the style of his writing. Whenever I read a book by Gav Thorpe, I can only think of 40k because only a 40k book sounds like Gav Thorpe's kind of writing voice does. Not Gav Thorpe, but Graham McNeill. Sorry, Graham McNeill's writing voice.
Yeah, I get you.
Gav Thorpe as well, probably.
McNeill has got the vibe like absolutely nailed down. I feel like he.
Oh, he wrote the codices. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, but so did Gav Thorpe. Okay, but Gav
but
Gav Thorpe still got a job.
Yeah, but he has not
It's
got the
funny,
vibe nailed down.
Thorpe-
I'm not just saying McNeill has wrote codexes. I'm saying he has like got the vibe. You have this like
Which is
mix
funny.
of the grotesque, the horrific that feels really on point for 40k in the way.
Yeah,
he's
it's
done
almost
it.
like it's almost over the top, to be honest, in that regard. Because
It's
I'm like,
kind of.
yeah, go on.
It was kind of funny because McNeill no longer works for Black Library. These days he works for League of Legends.
Yes, I was going. Yeah, that's another first here. This is the first author we've reviewed who's gone down the Black Library to Riot Games pipeline. There are many.
Oh, well.
The first author we're reviewing.
I didn't realise he was the first one.
Well, the first one we're reviewing, I should say. I think Laurie Golding might have gone first, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, do we have...
So that's McNeill.
That's McNeill.
Now, what about Storm of Iron itself?
So, do you mind if I start with this one?
Go for
Go
it.
right ahead.
So Storm of Iron is an interesting book to me. I mean, I've been waiting to see the Iron Warriors that everyone talks about, in a 40k setting for a long time. They were a very interesting legion to me, specifically because they seem to be one of the ones that might have retained a bit more of their sanity than some of the other legions, let's say, that we've come across. Every time we see an Emperor's Children in 40k, they're always just fucking insane. And I imagine the World Eaters are only worse than that. So
Yeah.
seeing Iron Warriors, I was expecting, a bit more strategy, a bit more calm, a bit more collectiveness. And to be honest, we kind of got that. So I was relatively pleased with that. There was something weird going on throughout this entire book, though, that was confusing the hell out of me. As it just got further and further into the book, into the story, it got more and more obvious. And it wasn't until Jumbus told me something last week that the entire thing clicked. It was like I'd woken from a dream, and everything just made so much more sense. It was like you wandering up to this castle and being like, what the fuck is this huge construction? And then just like you knock on the front door and the entire thing just falls down because it's a cardboard facade. So yeah, I'll let Jimbus talk a bit more about that. But that was a really interesting experience.
Yes, we'll get into that particular thing soon enough.
Do we have any more general thoughts about Storm of Iron? I think all my next notes I've got are probably for the spoiler section.
You're not going to give your take on it before without spoilers?
Okay, I guess, yeah, I'd say it feels like a very exciting, like, it's not pulpy in the same sense that Space Wolf was, but it doesn't feel, I don't know, it's gritty, but it's not stupid. And that's been nice.
Storm of Iron is a book that, when I read it as a 14-year-old, which is basically, that was the target demographic back in 2002 when it first came out. When I first read Storm of Iron, I thought this was amazing. It was like, wow, this is a really, like, the way it talks about warfare, the way everything is shown was really like, a bit like those military books that I was also reading at about that time. There sort of was a grittiness and a groundedness to the book. And when I came back to reread it for this podcast, I was 25, 30 years older and had a degree in history. And I was like, McNeill is not fucking hiding just where he plagiarized this book from, because the overall story of this book is plagiarized. He copied it wholesale. He does not try and hide it in any way, but the material he uses is obscure enough that if you're a 14-year-old boy in 2002, you're not going to know where any of this came from. And let's be honest, most people wouldn't know where this came from. But if you do know where it came from, if you do know where his inspiration lies and where he basically lifted the entire structure of the book from, then it becomes painfully obvious that Graham McNeill is a hack in the same way that Gav Thorpe is a hack.
In the same way.
Whereas Gav Thorpe took Nazi exploitation, wiped off the Nazis, replaced them with the Imperium, and that's how he made his name as an author. Graham McNeill followed the exact same trajectory. It's just that the material he used was a lot more obscure, a lot more technically competent, and a lot easier for him to recycle and make him look really smart as an author.
I was going to say, you mentioned the technically competent thing. I was going to say another big difference is the output is a lot better.
Yeah, the writing is more technically competent. But, I mean, and the thing is, you say technically competent. It's technically competent. I wouldn't say it's necessarily technically competent for a 40k world, which is why it was so jarring. Yeah,
that's something that I came to. The anachronisms of 40k is something that I know Aaron Dembski-Bowden has talked about elsewhere, that it's meant to be like the Bronze Age crossed with World War II in space for eternity. But the problem is that there is a sort of technical... We'll get into it soon enough, but like the technology of 40k is such that it requires certain outcomes, like air support exists, tanks exist. So
space
when you're
exists?
Yeah. So when you're adapting certain modes of warfare, you have to account for the ways in which technology changes that, which the problem with Storm of Iron, coming back to it, is it does not. The fighting in Storm of Iron, the way war is portrayed, the way the warfare is in Storm of Iron, does not hold up if you know where he's coming from.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hold up at all. I think the problem is when you know where it's coming. When you know where it's coming from, it makes much more sense. It makes
much more sense, and at the same time, it makes no fucking sense at all.
Well, I mean, as you said, it makes sense if you think he's literally copying it wholesale, which it sounds like he did. But it doesn't make sense if you're trying to consider the way 40k should, well, the way the technology in 40k should make a war play out.
Well, make a siege play out. This is a siege book,
which is nothing other than it's exactly what I was expecting from a Storm of Iron book, to be honest. From an Iron Warrior book, because like I know them as the fabled sieges of the Astarte world, so it's exactly what I was expecting.
Well, I'd just say, it's like one of the things that put me off as a 40k book, like siege-wise, is that the numbers felt reasonable. Like it felt like this isn't 40k. There's like reasonable amounts of Marines here. You know, there's 40,000 slaves building things. That makes sense. And then after what Jim was saying last week, it just felt, oh wait, that's why he was getting the numbers maybe from other sources. So it just. Yeah.
Well, numbers making no sense, like no sense of scale, is one of the hallmarks of 40k writing and lore.
Yeah, it's got to the point,
and it just felt far too reasonable.
they're actually way under what I'd expect for a 40k book by such a ridiculous margin. But at this point, I just don't care. Like, I've given up. The numbers in 40k don't make any sense ever.
Well, with that, let's go into spoilers. Storm of Iron. I mentioned it was a bit like a procedural drama. I want to say that one of the things that's interesting about this book, which I think sort of sets it aside from any other book we've read, is that the whole thing is one big event, and in that big event we have a whole load of side plots. And I managed to count 9 side plots.
I wasn't paying attention to that, to be honest. It was all a bit chaotic, especially towards the end.
It's a bit
halfway through, the book just goes completely off the rails.
So, does anyone want to give a brief pitch summary of this whole... I'm sure several of you do want to give a pitch summary of this entire book, how it plays out.
Okay, here is the pitch summary of this book. Graham McNeill happened to own a translation of the works of Sébastien Le Prestre de Vauban, the greatest military engineer of the last 400 years. He served under King Louis XIV and is known for single-handedly revolutionizing siege warfare. He wrote a manual in the... I'm going to find it. 1672, Mémoire pour servir à l'instruction dans la conduite des sièges. Graham McNeill copied that manual. He copied every single inch of that manual and just replaced the French with Iron Warriors and the Dutch/Spanish with the Imperial Guard. And that is the entire plot of Storm of Iron. And it becomes very apparent the further in you go for, because there is... Every single inch of that siege is just copied from Vauban's manuals. And we're going to get into this later when we discover just how much is literally 17th century siege warfare with the Imperium of Mankind slapped on top of it.
Now,
you guys are telling me... I think just about... Can I just say, you guys are telling me that Jim just went, yeah, this is a wholesale copy of Vauban's siege manual he wrote in 1670, and you just went, oh yeah, actually, I recognise everything from that book.
No. So this made an awful lot of things that didn't make sense about the book make an awful lot more sense. So to start with, to give some examples of that, the range on all of their artillery is fucking shite. So incredibly shite that their artillery at one point, I think, gets shot from the walls of the castle by guys with actual just regular lasguns. That's fucking crazy to start with. Secondly, apparently there's some guards on top of the wall that just have some halberds lying around at one point because for some reason they're attacking Iron Warriors with halberds. Thirdly, I'm pretty sure at one point during the siege, they burst up from under the ground after digging some tunnels and some dreadnoughts just climb out of a hole for some reason. That was also a bit weird to me.
Yeah, okay.
They have a tank charge where you can all but hear the tanks screaming in the ground as they have to be put down because they are actually not tanks. They're fucking horses. There was so much about the book that makes so much more sense when you think about it from a 17th century warfare as opposed to... the Titans didn't do anything, so it didn't fucking matter.
That's the thing. There is a lot of sections in this book where the stuff that logically should affect siege warfare doesn't, because he is just copying 17th century siege warfare. I mean, in this book, we'll get to it eventually, there is a Titan that literally destroyed the walls of the Imperial Palace. You think that it would have something to do with knocking down the walls of this fortress, and it doesn't, because he is copying Vauban's homework, and there is nothing... He doesn't try to update the siege warfare of Vauban with the technology of aircraft, long-range guns, and Titans.
Well,
that's the most shocking thing.
Well, that's the fun thing here, because we've said, so why doesn't the Titan do it? Why don't the aircraft do this? And I've noticed there is something clever he's done here, which is he has actually explained away a lot of this stuff. Granted, I think for the Iron Warriors, it's why do they not have aircraft? But it's explained why the Imperials don't.
Explained away, he covers his ass.
Yeah. Well, yeah, same thing.
I don't think it was in a particularly decent way as well.
I didn't aircraft, maybe not, but the Titans, I think, were done in a decent way. You have excuses for them not doing this because they actually ended up facing off in these duels. So, you said, the Titans didn't do anything, but the Titans were going to be one of the side plots I mentioned. because the Titans are basically their own little,
Yeah, but all of
relatively
these side
self-contained
plots-
thing.
And that's the other thing. Like,
All of these side
why
plots
are
were
the Titans
inconsequential.
integrated into the siege? The Titans, logically, if the Iron Warriors are using them with any intelligence, they would be part of the siege used to break down the walls. But they're not, because McNeill wants you to think he's intelligent in writing this. He's using a very obscure military manual that, if you don't understand French or don't happen to have a very rare translation copy of it. When I was 14, I did not know about Vauban. So when I was reading this book, I was amazed at siege warfare. Now that I am an older man and a historian and I know about Vauban, it's so obvious that McNeill just copied the homework.
Now, the thing is, so when we had this conversation, Jimba sent me the Wikipedia article for the specific siege battle as well that this is supposed to have come from. And that's what's so shocking about this, is that it is effectively just that siege battle. It's why
we've got to actually check back. Hang on.
So
it's the Siege of Ath. The Siege of Ath, 1697.
1697. Vauban's greatest siege. It was considered his masterwork.
Okay, so anybody can just go read that if they want.
Yeah, I mean, they can go and have a look, and then they don't have to read Siege of Ath, like Storm of Iron.
Oh, but there is so much fun stuff in Storm of Iron. It uses this as it uses this as the narrative, but there is a lot of cool things going on in the book, regardless, that are very 40k.
There's the thing. I certainly can say there's like interesting side plots. It's just that the main plot is McNeill just took it from history, and when you take something from history and slap 40k paint on it, the problem is that all the history underlying it clashes with the 40k. Like, for example, I think you two were talking earlier about the numbers. He's lifting from a real world siege where the numbers were a lot smaller because command and control systems, they didn't have voxes at the time. They had carrier pigeons and horses.
Well, they don't have voxes in Storm of Iron either, so does it matter?
There's one. There is one that works.
Yeah, there's one vox that works. There's probably
exactly one vox caster.
It was probably a French guy in a it's probably a Dutch guy in the hills with flags or something, which is why it's the only vox that works in the entire fucking story.
And so we finally start the actual plot with Julian Hawke.
Oh,
well,
one second.
I want to rattle
let's put a disclaimer here, though, is that a lot of stuff will happen in this because it's 40k that I'm almost guaranteed didn't happen, because that would be probably war crimes on a degree that I don't think the French maybe ever committed, as much as I'm required to hate the French being British.
Know. We're saying late 1600s warfare didn't
well, I'm thinking the bit right at the beginning where they put a bunch of prisoners of war into wagons and wheeled them in front of artillery. I don't think that ever happened. I didn't remember reading that in the Wikipedia article. It didn't
happen there, but it has happened in other wars. And
almost certainly.
McNeill is someone who is very well read, and he loves to put references to stuff he's read into the books he writes, and they are full of them.
Just to be fair to the French, though, before we cover that part of the story, I don't think that happened to you. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no! All McNeill did was basically took like how a siege is fought, and then he put a story on top of it. I mean, so Rosny was talking about this earlier. We are following the siege, and there's a whole bunch of little plot lines going in and around the siege involving people on both sides.
So
it's actually a pretty interesting way of writing it.
Can I rattle through like my list of side plots to? I think actually, stating them out loud makes it interesting because you can see how many there are. You've got Hawke. You've got Honsu's character development arc. You've got Forix's arc. You've got Kroger/Avatar of Khorne arc. You have an arc for the Sorcerer and what he's getting up to and like his attempts at deception. You have the Titans, which are like paired off together, which is mainly from the Imperial side, to be honest. You have the whole thing of the Imperial officers and the Imperial fists who show up. You have the Admech corruption arc. And then you have this overarching, like, the meta plot of why this whole thing is happening, which is the secrets of Hydra Caudatus.
Okay.
It tells this story, even though it's using this whole siege, these are, like, all the components of the story, of, like, the story that's formed.
Yeah. I say that's reasonable. I can't think of anything.
Those are the parts that he actually focused on as well, or actually cared about. Because the battles themselves felt, quite robotic. And it definitely was copying that book.
Well, the battle feels like he was
Uh,
just copying Vauban's homework and then slapping his own story onto it.
Absolutely. I was reading over some stuff again after you told me about the book. You can see it just adds on. There's some dreadnoughts there as well at the end of the combat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about with that fucking hole in the ground where they just burst out. It's like, how the fuck is a dreadnought climbing out of a 6-foot hole?
The thing as well, though, is that like if you just told this battle, like describing this battle taking place without any of these different narrative viewpoints is just like 2 pages of fluff text in a codex, right? So
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. This could have been just in a codex. Maybe, one of the big stories in a Chaos Marine codex. But
I mean,
it's made into a
there's
full book.
certainly McNeill's strength is like because he's a codex fluff author, same as Gav Thorpe. He knows how to take like a codex entry and then actually craft a story taking place within that.
unlike Gav Thorpe.
Well, I mean, Gathorp definitely makes a story. It's just like it's a different quality, maybe.
I would argue he does not know how to.
Gav Thorpe has to stop trying.
All
I don't
Gav
know.
Thorpe
Yeah.
knows how to do is just
You know,
have somebody
I
yell
said
that
at
the
the time.
stakes are bad and then make people do unreasonable things.
I said at the time though,
And
Last
ruin
Chances is
Dark
worth is worth a read. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, you know about us, guys. Also, the book doesn't start with Hawk. The book starts with an ominous prologue where it just immediately sets the mood of this like betrayal, this murder mystery going on here at the start, where somebody kills the astropaths.
Did he actually? So no, hold on a minute. Did he actually kill them?
Yeah.
Because I think we later find out that they're not dead.
No, I think he killed them.
I think because somebody says later on that they're blinded or something. They're like something.
I think they said they are blind. I think they said they are blind as in the Imperial garrison are blinded because the astropaths are dead.
Oh, maybe I don't know. I thought it was a bit weird because I thought later on we found out that they weren't actually dead. They're just being.
No, I'm pretty sure they were dead.
Well, if
Fair.
they were dead, then how did the reinforcements arrive?
I think the whole thing was like one last message, like one message got through, which could have been a call for help, like from the astropaths or something, maybe. I don't know.
But they're dead.
Well, like as they were getting killed
As they
in
were
their
dying.
tanks, one of them went, "Oh shit!" Sent something out. I don't know. To be honest, yeah, that is a hard one to reconcile because they do talk about like the one thing that gets out that the sorcerer is like, maybe it did, it probably didn't, but I'm going to pretend nothing happened because I want to keep my job and my livelihood.
That's fine. That's just the one
My
guy
job
who
and my livelihood, like
who managed to go get Spanish reinforcements for the siege. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean iron fist, whatever the fuck they're called. Imperial fists, yeah. Not Spanish. Definitely not
if we're
Spanish.
following that thing, technically the Imperial fists are the British.
Oh, they? Oh yeah, shit. I'm remembering which one this is now as well. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
If it was the Spanish,
It does make a lot of
sense.
sense. It makes a special sense when you know that like the French and British are like the Iron Warriors and Imperial fists.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and also that the British did basically nothing. That makes sense. That makes so much sense.
If it was the Spanish, it would have been Crimson Fists, who are like Spanish / Mexican themed, I believe.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
This is a chapter of the Imperial Fist.
It's a
indeed,
founding. Yeah, it's a second founding one, I think.
You're telling me there's a Mexican Imperial Fist chapter?
Their chapter master is called Pedro
Was it
Cantor.
Cortez? Is it?
Pedro Cantor. Yeah.
Pedro Cantor.
Yeah.
The Crimson Fists are Spanish insofar as their only named character has a Spanish name, and so naturally we decided collectively that they're the Spanish chapter.
Amazing. I like it.
Let's be honest, there isn't that many chapters in the Space Marines that aren't obviously British or European, because Games Workshop are very narrow-minded.
Are you telling me Spain isn't in Europe?
Well, it is, but it's that bit of Europe that most of Europe collectively tries to pretend doesn't exist.
I don't know if
Okay.
that's true,
It doesn't.
but we can
Spain
skim
hasn't
past
done
this.
anything in Europe since like the 18th century.
We can skim past modern geopolitics. So after this prologue with the murder of the astropaths, we then go to Hawk, right?
Now, it's interesting that Graham McNeill dedicated the book to Hawk. I actually need to remember what the exact words he used were. Shit.
He
This is what
dedicated the
happens
book
when you
to
don't
a
believe-
character inside his story.
Oh yeah, I believe the words were to the Julian Hawks of this world. Blah blah blah. I've got.
Okay.
To all the guardsmen hawks out there and the idea of getting a second chance, don't waste it. Which sounds like Graham McNeill was subtly undercutting Gav Thorpen's the end of whatever the fuck his name is. But
So, last chance.
he dedicated
finally
it to
got my last chance.
but dedicated to Guardsman Hawk. But Guardsman the Hawk is a fucking colossal prick. This book is full of pricks.
Well, he is.
I'll be
Hawk
honest.
is a dickhead who steps up to be a hero.
Well, I mean, that doesn't make him less of a prick, though.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a
That's it.
single character in this entire world, like, well, except maybe like one who later becomes, who's like shown to be a bit more of a fucking prick than we thought originally. But like, I don't think there's a single character in this entire fucking story that is actually relatable to some extent. Like, I didn't feel
Every single character is so bored. Everyone is bored. in this book.
that's a reasonable description. I don't know, but like because they're in the middle of this situation, I find it really hard to understand why. Well, one, as you said, like why they're so disinterested in everything, but also like they've just. I don't like any of them. I don't like any character in this entire fucking book, which is probably the worst aspect of it to me.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like Hawk. He's got attitude and he shapes up a little bit. Like you think
Hawk
he's
is
written
very
off.
clearly, in at least some degree. I mean, McNeill likes his kind of character because we meet a lot like him in future books.
Mm-hmm.
I will say there is one character I
Well-
liked because in the audiobook he had a Scottish accent. It was a really heavy Scottish accent too, because I think it was the only like non-British accent that the voice
Is
actor
it
could do.
One of the majors, or
It was Hitch.
Hitch.
I liked Hitch, and then he died
Excellent.
immediately.
There's a I don't
Maybe
know.
that was Graham McNeill doing him.
maybe the guy was like, I don't want to do the Scottish accent for the entire story, so he did it for a character that was going to die instantly.
I think a lot of the Imperial personalities actually kind of end up like with like a bit of a redemption arc over the course of a book. Hawk steps up. He's like basically a write-off from everybody else's point of view, but he steps up and does the heroic shit he needs to do. He doesn't like lose his attitude, but he steps up. A lot of the Imperial officers kind of end up. I don't know how to quite put it, but like you've got some which seem stiff at the start, and then they end up, I don't know, through their actions they end up redeeming themselves, I'd say. And I don't
They
think
love
I'd say
monologuing.
redeeming sounds like they did something narratively wrong and then they came back from that. But you've got like I can't remember their names. I didn't write their names
I mean,
down.
some of the Imperial non-Imperial officers are definitely shown.
It says something for the. I'll say this thing: McNeill. A lot of the time, his characters are pretty paper thin. They are.
They don't have a lot of depth to them, though.
Yeah, they're not Abnett characters. He writes characters. You know who they are. You remember their names because they have personality. McNeill's characters.
I mean,
they're a step up from Gav Thorpe.
Yes.
They're a big step up from Gav
Who
Thorpe.
writes?
But
It's Graham
only-
McNeill writes the first Horus Heresy, though, right?
No.
he writes the
Abnett
second
does.
one.
Well, so Guardsmen. I mean, I see what you're saying about the Imperial Guards officers. I think the redemption arc is in terms of like competence. Although some of them are shown to be relatively competent at the beginning. We just don't get them. They're in a pretty shit position in general. So it's kind of hard to.
It's competence, but also like the heroism that they have versus the reputations that they are set out. Like we're told that they have through the different narrative viewpoints. Like we're told what's the head officer? What is it?
I think that is absolutely the right word,
Yeah.
though. We're told that they have a redemption arc, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, I was more saying like
at one point, hold on, because at one point the Imperial
problem.
Fist straight up tells us that they have a redemption arc. Other than
I mean,
Well, that is
the
thing.
heads of the officers
McNeill
we're
tells
told.
us a lot of things. He never shows us jack
Sure.
shit outside.
But like
Shows
they're
us the scene. He
presented
doesn't
to
show
us.
character development.
Sure, but it's like they're presented to us as we've got the officer who's got the who's stiff and not actually warm and not inspiring to his men, and in the end, that he actually ends up going out in a quite inspiring way. So we actually have like a contrast. I mean, we have a contrast between. I wouldn't go so far as to say this is a show or tell thing, because we're shown he has this reputation through what the other characters say, but then when it actually comes down to it, we're also shown them being heroic. I wouldn't say there's like a failure to show not tell here.
The problem is that we are not shown the okay. There is a famous narrative, little narrative trick. It's not a trick, it's a common fallacy called the Underpants Gnomes. It's named after an episode of South Park where the Underpants Gnomes have their plan. Find socks, question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Graham McNeill has character is down, question mark, question mark, question mark, character is redeemed. We never see them getting redeemed. We are told that they are redeemed.
I don't think that's true here. We see him actually like going out on the front lines and dueling the... dueling.
We see them go out and do something they're supposed to be doing, and apparently that's all the character development they need. It's not very compelling as far as actual characters go.
I think you're missing that they're all stationed on this big fortress that's never been attacked in hundreds and hundreds of years, right? So they're basically a bowls club. You know, all the ranks are they've never been challenged at all. And there's a scene where one of the commandos goes up to that big ossuary or whatever, the one full of all the dead commanders from history. And I think that is the bit where he gets inspired and he has to remember that, oh wait, actually, we do have to fight and things like that.
Yeah, because I
think that's part of the redemption is actually, following their own ranks.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, that bit is more of that's probably the one of the only like workable like character arcs in my opinion of the book is those guys. But yeah, I don't know. We'll talk about the other characters as we go through. But
So we start off after the prologue with Hawk dicking about in his station.
So yeah, I have something to ask here, like our audience, if there's anyone in the audience who has any military background. But so Hawk and his friends here are basically on assignment, I guess, in the middle of fucking nowhere. They never see combat or anything, as CJ just pointed out. Like nobody here sees any combat, and they seem really fucking annoyed by this. Like Hawk just wants to get into combat, wants to fight people who are 20 times as strong as him, at least. I don't know. I can't understand that mindset of wanting to die in 40k, especially. This doesn't make sense. In 40k, you are always as a guardsman, you are always going to be fighting shit that is unbelievably stronger than you.
That's
most
not
of the time.
Necessarily true. Like you've got just look at the Gaunt Ghost books. You occasionally see a Chaos Space Marine, but like it's a lot of it is just fighting Chaos Rebels.
Okay, that's fair, I guess. I mean, maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't know about the Tyranids, or maybe they don't know about like what fighting Astartes would be like. I don't know. Maybe they just don't come across them as often, as you said.
I would say the Imperial cult is a lot about die for the Emperor or die trying, but Hawk doesn't seem like that sort of character. But that's
exactly
the sort of characterization that someone that is a part of the Imperial cult would have.
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of a divergence between two different characters there, where Hawk is on one hand a complete like layabout, doesn't give a fuck about duty, and then on the other hand he's like, but I want to get into a massive fight and possibly die. It's like, okay.
Well, I mean, the issue here was more about like I'm no longer at the main defense outpost with all the other guys where I can gamble and drink. I thought
that was because he was kind of
fucking about and gotten caught. Yeah. So he got put on this like punishment duty where he's sat in this little sandstormy hellhole with like 3 other people who he doesn't like.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed to me like it would.
I want the other boring, pointless guard duty, not this one.
Yeah, if you had to be in the Imperial Guard, surely an outpost world where no one ever attacks is probably the best place to be. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean they're also aware though that they're living on a world where they're not even going to see combat, and people die after like 15, 20 years stationed here because of Hydrocaudatus allegedly being poisonous.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm going to have a short death without glory.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, since everyone there dies anyway.
I can't wait to like get cancer and die in 10 years.
Yeah, that does put a little bit of a different perspective on it. Would you rather die fighting the enemies of the Imperium or die of slow cancer? I guess that's a different question. That's a good point.
So we have this whole thing with Hawk. The basic premise of the start here is Hawk is keeping an eye out. Something weird is going on with the sensors, so they send a few people out. Honsu, who is, I want to say, the protagonist. Honsu is like the the protagonist from the Iron Warriors side. He's like the main narrative viewpoint. He's out there sneaking about with one or two other Iron Warriors, kills a scout, comes up and destroys Hawk's little thing, and thinks he's killed Hawk.
Yeah, so Hawk, like, there's this like scene where Hawk is like desperately trying to shut the door so that the Iron Warriors can't come in. And I'm just like, it's not really going to work.
Yeah.
Also, there's clearly a window where the gun is pointing out of stuff. Well, so there's an interesting bit here because Honzu apparently loses a bunch of people in the first few seconds of this because Hawk just like flails the machine gun around a bunch, which I assume this is just this is one of the things that they wouldn't have had in the Siege of Art, Siege of
Ash.
Yeah, Ath. Sorry, Ath, not Out. Is a full-on machine gun. But yeah, he flails this around and kills a bunch of people. Now, are they supposed to be Iron Warriors? Because
wasn't it like a heavy bolter or something? Wasn't it like a big deal gun?
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, are they supposed to be Iron Warriors that die though? Is it supposed to be Iron Warriors that die though? Because
yes,
Honsu is kind of just like, oh, I lost some guys. That's a shame. Yep. And I said that like, but these fuckers, they're Iron Warriors. Surely they're like 10,000 years old.
Not all of them. I think Khonsu is at this point not implied to actually be 10,000 years old.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He is one of the
the half breed.
He is one of the. He's the half breed, which we get more context for later. Because at this point, I was just like, what the fuck does that even mean?
But also the Iron Warriors are like a very fatalistic and bitter. Like, they're not exactly full of empathy. It's like, well, they died. Guess that's that. On we go. They are like the meat grinder legion.
I just felt like it was a pretty undramatic ending for a bunch of, like, very, very old Astarte warriors to just die to a random repeating bolt.
But I guess like, you're not going to sit there and be like, oh no, I wish he'd died a more heroic death. It's more like, well, he shouldn't have been standing there then, should he?
To be fair, that feels very Iron Warrior compared to considering the rest of the story. So that works for me.
It is skipping forward quite a lot, but there is a point where Honsu is naming all the guys, all his other Marines, and they're dying at the end. It's a bit spoilery. But he's sad. He's sad when they die at the end, but not here. Not here, they just get bolted and that's it.
When you say Iron Warriors are supposed to be what?
The meat grinder legion is what I'm going to call them.
No, not meat grinder. I mean, your characterization, they're meant to be, what was it?
Dour, bitter?
Fatalistic was one of the words.
Yeah, dour, bitter, fatalistic, and they just come off as a bunch of pity assholes. They're not doomers. They don't act. If they're going to be dour and fatalistic, I imagine they basically look like a modern doomer meme.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like
that is basically it. Yeah.
I didn't think when you said like they were the meat grinder legion, though, that they meat ground themselves.
Oh yeah.
I always thought.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely do.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Maybe
that seems much less strategic than we see them.
Well, I think
than we see them here.
I think less so in 40k than like their Great Crusade, Horus Heresy, Legion tactics, but they were like the Legion known for doing the grunt work and having high attrition rates and basically. Yeah,
which is interesting because this is the Siege Legion who do that sort of thing. So instead of showing like a World War I scenario where they just bury the enemy in the bodies of their Space Marines, they're fighting a style of siege warfare that was designed to use the cutting-edge science of the time to limit the number of casualties.
But I think it is fair to say we're talking like the 40k setting where Space Marines aren't like as much of an expendable resource as they used to be, but as they were in their history. So, but they've still got like, I don't know, they're still willing to throw lives away to accomplish something.
So that was actually that was another really weird like juxtaposition to me. It's like, as you said, like I always thought that in 40k, Space Marines were incredibly limited resource considering the number of them that's supposed to be in what is literally like trillions of planets, supposedly in the Imperium or whatever. Or billions, maybe.
Well,
trillions of people, I should say, at least. But then but that actually kind of makes sense with what the objective here is, which is the great mystery. So we
want to blow open the great mystery. We are in the spoiler section.
We might as well. Yeah, we might as well.
The secrets of Hydra Caudatus are as follows: one, the Warsmith helped build Hydra Caudatus as a fortress. So he's like well
He has
suited.
advantage.
That's why it's such a good fortress, and also why he's so good at taking it down. Two, the air isn't actually poisonous. There's this undercurrent of this whole thing of people having to take these pills to counteract the poison, and Hawk's worried because he hasn't got these pills. But actually, the pills are poisoning people so that they like to slowly kill them. And the reason that
for some reason is AdMechs want to give everyone cancer. Yeah,
because they want to have a rotating garrison of people, which is frankly unwise. But I think like the premise of it is we don't want, like the less people know about this, the better. We don't want people who are like going to live for a while after being here. They don't want people to leave and go get stationed somewhere else after being here.
They want to limit knowledge going in and out of the facility as much as possible, which I don't feel like slow cancer death is a really good one for this, because as you said, like, they'll just leave and go to other legions, and then they will eventually die, but not before they could tell anyone anything they want.
Of this, because it's poisonous and people who go here die, they don't go out and leave and get stationed somewhere else. Once you're on Hydrocaudatus, that's it. I think that was my impression.
Fair. People just keep sending people to Hydrocaudatus to die of cancer.
Yeah. So I think that I think that's like the reasoning behind them is to make sure that it's a one-way trip to Hydrocaudatus, and they've cultivated this situation. And the other thing, that's been like the most important one that everybody dances around for most of the book, is that Hydrocaudatus is one of the two big repositories where gene seed is made for the Imperium. And Abaddon has
a massive stockpile, don't they?
Yes, it's one of the biggest stockpiles of gene seed that exists in the galaxy. Abaddon has sent them to claim this, and the Warsmith is going to claim this and then ascend to demonhood, which has been promised him by Abaddon, which is a bit of a weird thing for Abaddon to be able to promise. But fuck it.
That was something. That was a question for later. It was like, how the fuck is Abaddon promising this? But okay.
Well, this is a time when Abaddon is basically space Darth Vader, the chosen of the gods, and all of this new characterization that has been put on him did not exist. This is it when, like, his fluff text, his quote is, "You have failed me for the last time." That's a special rule he had.
That was a special rule
for last time, which if a leadership check of like a unit around him failed, he automatically shot at them. That was the actual rule.
Wait, so he's the commissar of the Space Marines?
Kind of.
Oh, he's supposed to be, and Aaron Dembski-Bowden can desperately try and rationalize him as like some great Antichrist avenging Satan, but back in 3rd edition, he was the comically evil villain who would kill his own henchmen.
I mean, to be honest, there's stories that give that vibe even like way later, like the Red Path. We'll get it. We'll probably never read the Red Path. It was just, but
it sounds like a communist manifesto.
It's a little Khan story that happened before the Gathering Storm. And it definitely has Abaddon not suffering much out of his subordinates, any sort of foolishness from his subordinates. To be honest, we see that even in some ADB books, just not the Black Legion ones. Maybe less in the Black Legion ones. But
I don't think with the hilarious of ADB wrote a Black Legion book where Abaddon just shot several of his lieutenants and then did an evil monologue over their dead bodies.
Oh, right.
Something lifted from a comedy short.
But I think outside of novels, Abaddon's now being characterized quite differently, because now he's like the whole idea is that the gods want him to ascend, and he's rejecting the gods now, isn't it? And I don't think that's like something from novelizations.
No, I think it's something ADB himself invented. It was certainly not a thing back in 3rd edition. 3rd edition, he did not have like, I'm using these things, so I'm not their follower. And like at this time, Abaddon was absolutely Abaddon, whatever the fuck you want to call him, was the chosen of the gods. He wasn't, fuck you gods, I'll take your power and then I'll tell you to flip the bird.
One thing here, the Warsmith. If you just look at this and go, okay, so Abaddon is like infused with the power of the gods, and the Warsmith is answering to Abaddon. The Warsmith is like fucking horrific in this book. He like enters the room and everybody just like crumbles and starts wanting to throw up.
Yeah, he's definitely he's definitely more warpy than anything else that's happening in the story.
Well, almost everything else.
Well, yeah, okay, almost everything.
Oh,
else. I don't know.
even then, at the
I'd say
end.
even then, he's still more warpy than anything else in this book, because he keeps being portrayed, as you said, as being like basically half ascended already. So he's
Yeah.
half warp enough that even the people who are really, really aligned with the warp, like most of the other Iron Warriors, even then, like, even to them, he's this fucking monstrous mutated creature thing.
Yeah. So with all of that being said, circling back around to the whole idea of disposable space marines, now that we know they're going for a massive gene seed repository, it
makes much more sense.
Yeah,
that they don't care so much about their losses if they're there specifically for this. This is something we don't find out until the end, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, quite late. The other thing as well is, as far as space marines being disposable, is if you win your battle, you get to take all of your corpses and take their gene seed and make more space marines out of them anyway. So space marines are always only so disposable, but there's like you just
got to win.
Yes, and you don't necessarily have the numbers to win by attrition if you have less in the first place. So
fair. And to the Iron Warriors, there was never really anything other than victory going on here. So I guess that kind of makes sense.
Another angle here as well around, you said in 40k, Space Marines are more of an elite resource. That is true for the Imperium, because the Imperium has gone, okay, Legions gone, now we have chapters, which are only 1,000 Marines each. The Chaos Legions never did that. And some of them, like the World Eaters and Emperor's Children, fractured out into loads of different warbands, whereas others, like the Word Bearers, are still like a Legion strength large organization. And I think Iron Warriors are kind of a bit between the two.
Why do you never see more about the Word Bearers then? It feels like when the Word Bearers turn up, everything should just get fucking belted because they have like 80,000 fucking Astartes just turning up and murdering you.
We're gonna read the Word Bearers series at some point. There is one.
Okay, so it's not just that they don't turn up much in 40k, it's just that we haven't got to it yet.
They turn up less than I'd like. But yeah. They're also hard done by with like having two of the most notable and important characters in Chaos, Erebus and Corphoron, and just not having models and rules for them in 40k. Bit of a scam, really.
So in terms of the you just mentioned like the low numbers of like Astartes in general on the Imperium side. I was kind of surprised to find out that this world was a manufacturing place as well. I didn't realize that they were still manufacturing gene seed in 40k.
I think this might be a old canon type thing. I don't know if Jimbus or CJ have anything to say about that.
I think gene seed can still be developed. There's a biologist, Magos, I think, that was the one that was corrupted, though. If I remember right.
Okay, so I guess it makes sense that it would be like a sort of admech functionality to actually create gene seed. And I guess actually, if you look at this and you go, where would you expect it to be made? Well, probably like on Terra. And as of this story, there is one other place. As of the end of the story, there's one other place remaining that makes it. So hey, maybe it was Terra and Hydra Caudatus, and now Hydra Caudatus is gone. So I guess
I just find it strange.
The thing is, so gene seed is one of the most valuable resources in Imperium. Without it, you can't make Space Marines.
Yeah.
And yet it's on this backwater world guarded by a relatively small garrison.
This is
that is one way to defend something, though, is to have it be obscure enough, and in many ways it's probably more defensible if you've got two locations. One is Terra, which is clearly the most defended place in the world. The other one doesn't make that. It's not that crazy that you'd put it somewhere that no one would ever think to go, as opposed to, the bigger the guard, the more obvious target it becomes.
Seem to think that logically.
Well, you say logically.
If you think of Imperium mindset,
I need to also say this
isn't. It's a massive fortress of like a whole Space Marine chapter founded just to protect it.
I wanna add that this isn't necessarily logical though. Like this book is an important infosec lesson in security by obscurity is not actually security.
No, because the thing is, right, if you realistically, right, if you were going to do this, you would just stick the other one on Mars or something, because like it doesn't make sense for it to be in the middle of nowhere like this. Clearly there isn't a massive factory that you are having to like defend. There's no super amounts of infrastructure required here. it seems like a really small operation, which begs the question of why the fuck there's only 2 of them in the like. Surely, if there's this process that allows you to make more Space Marines, which is, I mean, at this point, surely like one of the most powerful things in your entire war machine. At this point, you're just like, okay, well, let's teach more people to do this. We'll get more people. We'll set up more of the process. I assume there isn't a fucking like dark Knight fucking, you know, the Age of Technology bullshit machine that's just pumping out Space Marines, since this is something the Emperor made, not you know, ancient technology.
Graham McNeill, we'll get to that.
Wait, what?
That's gonna be...
What?
Okay, this is another Graham McNeill thing, which is actually linked to this book. We'll get to it. It's actually one of the Ultramarine books, but it's going to come back. Your whole thing, you kind of predicted one of Graham McNeill's future plot points.
No, don't do that.
You're really going to hate it. You're really
Stop,
going
Graham
to hate
McNeill. Why would you do this?
I don't know if you're thinking of what I think you're thinking of. I don't know if that's directly an answer to what Obrium is saying, but it'll be fun.
Well, it kind of is. It is a
You still need the gene seed,
of sorts,
but you still need the gene seed.
And that's what the story is about.
Getting
the story is about getting a gene seed.
Can I just say something? Right, this book says the word gene seed way too much. Exactly like that, CJ. After Game of Thrones has fucking poisoned my brain. If we wanted to set up a drinking game, right, which sometimes we drink using these podcasts because it's the only way to survive. If we wanted to set up a drinking game where every time he says the word parallel or gene seed, we had to take a fucking shot, we would be dead before we'd finish the first hour.
And parallel is going to be something that we're going to get into, because parallel is directly lifted from Vauban's works. His style of siege warfare was based around the concept of siege parallels, which is, as you talk about it and talk about like how the Iron Warriors besiege it, the word parallel will come up over and over again, and there's literally, that's what Vauban wrote. That's how he did things.
So
they say that word so much.
I want to say, actually, I'm going to circle back to Hawk now and say...
we should actually go back to the story.
In this first section, we already have defense concepts.
We've already finished the story.
Well, okay, so
you've already basically, like...
Yeah, but we haven't talked about like what's going on with the characters. So
we're just going to do each character's arc separately, because the story doesn't really matter.
No, let's not do that, because I was going to fuck my notes entirely.
Okay, so
the problem is that if we try and do it like chronologically, we have to constantly jump back and forth between, like, as you point out, 9 different storylines.
Okay, well,
can't we just do each storyline separately and then?
Hold on, no. Right, please don't do that. So we've discussed most of like the general principles of the story now, I think. So we'll go faster through the next bits, but I think chronologically jumping through like what happens in general is not terrible.
We can do a little bit.
That's what we usually do anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, one thing I want to say here, you talked about McNeill wanting to appear smart by using the book. I'm going to split that into 2 points here. One, McNeill is being a hack by copying a event wholesale, but he's doing it. He's not trying to appear smart. He's actually being smart by, like, he's done a good job of it. If you don't know about Vauban's siege of Ath, you are going to have no idea that he has lifted this from something, right? So it is. I'm not going to say that's trying to appear smart. I'm going to say he's successfully done that. The other side of this, the second point I'm splitting out into, is he is trying to appear smart by listing out in explicit detail all of these defense concepts and naming them.
Yes, I will say that. Sorry, go on, CJ.
I've just got a one-word note about him actually building up the siege, and it's the word contravallation. I was going, where the fuck did you get that from? When I was reading them building up the siege, I'm going, yeah, okay. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Matriculation.
Okay, I get that.
There's also words he uses. He uses defense concepts that are probably not from that as well. Like he makes a big deal talking about like the grenade sumps in the bunker and stuff like that.
No, I think they probably were.
Really?
Probably from that. They were dealing with mortars and stuff.
They were
grenades.
In fact grenades. There were in fact very primitive grenades used during those wars. These grenades were ones where they were like a cricket ball sized steel sphere filled with gunpowder where you lit a fuse and then threw it.
Yeah, the Wikipedia article says the French stockpiled 950 grenades for the siege. So the thing is, though, like
that's
I absolutely
exactly how many grenades they had on hydrocodons.
Yeah. Probably. They brought
Thing is,
exactly
a
that
lot of the
number.
numbers in the siege, a lot of numbers that McNeill uses are numbers copied from the style of warfare, and those numbers, again, are from a time when that was the biggest of an army they could bring up.
It's
And
kind
those
of
numbers don't fit so well when you're dealing with 41st millennium technology.
I don't know.
You're absolutely right. There are some moments where I think Graham McNeill clearly, like, it's like a jump cut almost. He very clearly breaks from that idea and throws in some bigger numbers just to confuse you. But most of, like, a lot of the numbers he'll talk about, where like somebody would be looking over the casualty figures after a massive like conflict, and he'll be like, we lost 120 guardsmen there. That's not too bad. And it's like, that was a huge fucking battle, and you only lost 120 people. That would be that, and the guy treats it like it's the worst fucking thing in the world. I'm like, this is so not 40k from what I remember. Like 120 guardsmen in a fight with like space marines. Holy fuck! You just got off so lightly.
Okay, well, I agree with CJ that the numbers here actually feel more reasonable than a lot of 40k, and I think you're almost like saying it feels unreasonable because it doesn't feel like other 40k when other 40k has dumb numbers.
Yes. Yes, I'm saying it feels so not 40k because these are realistic numbers for the number of people in the fight. Except for the fact that these are guardsmen against Astartes. I'd expect them to get absolutely massacred. So I would have expected more casualties from the Imperial Guard.
I think when there was like low numbers of guard dying, wasn't that them repelling like human mortal
Yeah, I think that
attacks?
was the slaves, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, this was
Not the prisoners.
This was
but, like, sending slaves up the walls. Not the prisoners.
Maybe, I'm not sure. This was like halfway through the book. There was just this like massive fucking battle that went on for like a decent amount of the book.
They sent the slaves up at the walls like multiple times, and then they sent in the Astartes.
Yeah, and then afterwards he's just looking at it. Sorry, go on.
All right, I was just gonna say there's a point where the Imperial fists do repel an attack with grenades as well, and talking about the grenades that were in the, it feels like that was part of maybe the actual siege that happened.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Occasionally you'll come across like a fucking scene, and it's like, once you have the context of the siege of Ath, it just makes sense. It's like, I'm pretty sure that probably happened in the siege. Anyway, we should go back to chronological because otherwise we're going to be here forever. Because there are so many like random little things that happen in the story which are just amusing and kind of funny, and we could probably sit here and remember them for forever. So we just had the Honsu attacking the bunker. Yeah, he attacks the bunker. There's a really interesting scene after this. We should note that Hoth, whatever the fuck his name is. What was his name? I'm so bad with names. No, who's the fucking guardsman?
Hawk
survives this. Yeah. Somehow they think he's dead or something, and then they just leave him there.
He survives, is passed out behind the body of his dead other colleague. I'm going to say, not friend.
Yeah, maybe it was Hitch. And I remember like Honsu. Hawk fucking kicks Hitch's dead body because it was stuck in the door. Something like that. I don't know. There's a really interesting bit after this where the tech priest is talking about basically they realize the Iron Warriors are here. And the tech priest is like, "Oh fuck! I sense a bunch of ships in orbit. What the fuck's happened? What is going on?" And then there's a bit where he says, "How did they sneak in here without us knowing?" And like in the most amazing bit of like lamp lighting, lamp shading.
What does it mean, this word?
I don't know. What does it mean with names? I don't know, man. In the most amazing bit of lamp shading, the tech priest goes, "That's irrelevant," and just moves on. So, how did the ship sneak in here?
I love how the tech priest is characterized. We learn later that he's compromised, the one who's like in the main citadel, that he's actually some mutant, but which automatically makes him evil, obviously.
Wasn't this his subordinate? Was this like his secretary?
The incompetent one who gets like captured?
I thought it was him.
Whatever, it's just fucking Hawk.
Yeah, I thought that was him.
Bullshit. Okay.
And because it was really funny, but I was just like, this doesn't sound like a tech priest. What tech priest has ever said that's irrelevant to any fucking question ever that they didn't know the answer to?
Every single tech priest who is interacting with someone who is not a tech priest is just like, I don't care about what you are thinking. I am thinking about what I am thinking.
But this was his own question. He asked the question of, how did these ships sneak in here? What the fuck? And then he's just like, I don't care. That's irrelevant. Moving on.
Oh.
Yeah, so at this point we also get some sort of idea of like figures, because the Imperial Guard start like obliterating everything with I can't remember what they did at this point. Was it siege? Was it like artillery from space or something? Did they actually use their space guns for something? Or no?
Of course
no.
Not.
Okay.
No,
Honsu
something did. Honsu did that. They actually marked it. They like set beacons up and they took listening posts out or something.
Yes.
And attacked to get rid of the like Earth to space guns. I think they attacked them and then they started a bombardment. I think.
That is reasonable. That is reasonable from McNeill there to try and cover the fact that there are spaceships in space and there would be guns to fight the spaceships, and you need to get rid of the guns on the planet because the guns on the planet will be fucking bigger. Yeah. Anyway, so that blows up and we get the figure of literally thousands of guardsmen die in the first salvo. And this started making me question what was going on here, because originally I was like, this seems like a really backwards outpost. No one gives a fuck. It's like backwaters in the middle of nowhere. There's barely anyone here.
No, it's different outposts around this outpost.
Yes, yeah, but I thought this planet in general, like I was getting the getting the sort of image of Hydrogodatus as like a backwaters where like there was fucking nothing here. And then like thousands of guardsmen die in the first salvo, and I was like, oh, okay. Maybe there's like millions of guardsmen on this planet, which I can't tell at this point because of the numbers being so fucking random, whether this is a big outpost or not.
Or not random.
Or not random. But like at the point where you sort of think, well, is the Imperial Guardsman? Because depending on which 40k book you're reading, the numbers change dramatically. So is thousands of Imperial Guardsmen, is that a small outpost? Is that a big outpost? Is that a hive city? depending on which book.
Good question. Next.
Yeah. Then we learn about the half-breed Honsu, which opens another fucking doorway of mystery boxes.
Because we start learning. Every character. I don't know. Maybe not every character, but Honsu is like you get him thrown in front of you, and you're like, what is his deal? Do you know he's a half-breed? You know he's got like. But he's still doing all of this sort of work. He's presented as being kind of in charge, but he's also on the ground doing shit. Like, why? And it turns out he's got this massive complex of needing to prove himself because he is half Imperial Fist, which is like a cruel joke somebody played, mixing the two enemy gene seeds together.
I was really fucking confused at this point because I couldn't think what a half-breed space marine would even be.
You'd need some sort of mad scientist doing weird things with gene seed maybe to do that. Yes.
Yeah, well, as you said, like, and then we find out that it's like a mix of Imperial Fist and Iron Warrior gene seed, and I'm just sitting there like, but
why?
Why would they even do that? Like, they fucking hate Honsu because he's a half-breed. 2, they fucking hate the Imperial Fist because they're Iron Warriors. Like, who in their right fucking mind would be like, yeah, well, we're going to mix some gene seed together because for some reason we need to do that. But was there a reason they actually had to do that, or did they just do it for the lols? Like, why did they do this?
Maybe this will come up in a future book. Time will tell.
Yeah, it does get explained later on.
Maybe we'll make
but
some.
For now, the Iron Warriors just sound really racist.
Explain this away.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
Maybe McNeill will cover his own ass.
Anyway, I feel like with the number of mystery boxes we're opening already, J.J. Abrams and McNeill would get along really fucking well.
Yeah, McNeill definitely is someone who likes his mystery boxes. The difference is he does tend to actually like show you what's in the box in the end. J.J. Abrams doesn't because he doesn't give a shit.
McNeill goes around opening them. J.J. Abrams sets them all up.
Yep.
There's a line here I want to call out that happens around this time at a chapter ending. It's a very corny, in-your-face line, but it fits the vibe of 40k perfectly. Hell had come to Hydra Cordatus. McNeill is so in sync. He is so in sync with the vibe of 40k. It's corny, it's in your face, it's like no subtlety to it. It doesn't matter. It's just like it's very I don't know. I dig it.
Yeah, you could see lines like that in 40k books all the time, and it wouldn't. Yeah, it would always feel 40k. So there's we see Honsu here with his armor at some point. Like he takes his armor off, and they're all in the ball camp. I had a thought like so this armor, all of this fucking armor that the Iron Warriors have as well, like the power armor for the Space Marines. Is all of this armor like the original armor, because not Hanzu's, whatever the fuck is
Kroger.
Vortex or
Kroger. So
maybe one
I
of
wanted
them.
to say as well before we get to the camp there, during this fighting, it does set up this rivalry between Hanzu and Kroger, which is, I think, immediately compelling. You got Hanzu, who is like ruthless and competent, and then you got this madman he's annoyed about, which is Kroger, and immediately we just get to see him setting out his grievances, how much he doesn't trust Hanzu, how much he just fucking despises Hanzu, but we also get to see this like aggressive berserker side to him, and we're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a good point. I did like the sort of setting up for later on the conflict between those two.
Oh,
and I was gonna say that the thing with that though is he seems to hate Hanzu specifically because he's a half-breed, as they call him.
And Kroger gets shot by the most powerful las pistol known to man, which puts a giant dent in his armor when he's breaching the tower. Just gets shot with a fucking las pistol.
Yeah, his 10,000-year-old plus power armor.
You could say that might be foreshadowing. Kind of.
So we get to the camp.
Yeah.
What were you going to say about Kroger and this armor, Obrium?
I was going to ask, like, is all of their armor like the original armor? And how do they get more of it? And what the fuck is their maintenance schedule going to look like to make this armor work for 10,000 plus years?
Talking in general, I don't think it's ever like gone into in any detail in this book, but the general vibe with Chaos Space Marines is, depending on your legion, you have 3 options. One, you're maintaining your own armor very well, which is probably like the Emperor's Children route. 2, you are scavenging, you kill other Space Marines and steal their armor, which is like the Night Lord's route. Or 3, you actually have a manufacturing, like a supply chain for making more armor, which is probably the Iron Warriors route. Like you have like a Dark Mechanicum link or something, or a combination.
There's also
of the
the
3.
4th route.
What's that?
You end up fusing with your armor because your armor's been soaked in warp stuff so much that it basically becomes a second flesh.
Oh, true. And then
I guess at that point,
then.
Yeah, I guess at that point it's going to repair itself. I think actually I should have twigged that obviously they would have some sort of manufacturing here since they are about to bring Titans from the Dark Mechanicus to the war. So
you say that, but these are not like fresh. These are not. Yeah, Titans are.
I mean, they're not fresh Titans
manufactured.
Yeah,
like one
but
of
clearly the Titans also have a very obvious maintenance schedule. There's no way a Titan is going to just live for 10,000 years without some sort of work, surely.
Probably not. Generally.
Anyway, but I just this sort of just keeps driving home the question of how the fuck is Bjorn the only Space Marine on the Imperial side that has survived for all this time when there are clearly so many fucking Chaos Marines that are 10,000 years or more old?
Because a Chaos Space Marine doesn't have to be like actually 10,000 years. You like spend time. You might only be like have been about for like 3,500 years, but because of the warp. 10,000 years of
only 3,500 years. That makes sense. Only
like as opposed to Bjorn, who's the only one who's on the Imperium side who's actually been around for 10,000 years, like straight.
Well, here's the thing: Bjorn by that logic, Bjorn hasn't been around for 10,000 years. He's been around for like a few hundred every time he gets taken out of stasis.
Oh, he is in stasis as well. That's true. But yeah,
but he has existed somewhere for 10,000 years.
Yes,
I still think that's surprising and weird. A weird aspect to this that seems a little bit of a incongruent.
Speaking of Space Wolves,
I think that is 40k though, isn't it?
Yes.
Incongruent. Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of Space Wolves, I had a comparison I first made against the Space Wolf books, but then it started like doubling back and like completely contradicting this later on in the book over and over. And so we've talked about like the difference between in like some of our other episodes about like the product placement you see in, say, King's books, where you'll see an orc and it'll be like, here are these orc creatures, and then it'll describe orcs to you, or it'll describe Tyranids to you, or it'll describe a
but without throwing in the actual, without throwing just the product name.
Yes, and early on, I feel like we see that, like we see what is obviously a unit of like a squad of berserkers. But it's not just like the Khorne berserkers. It's like a bunch of Marines who worship Khorne who are like going berserk. Or you see what's obviously a Havoc squad where there's just like a whole bunch of dudes with las cannons. So I'm like, oh, that's neat. But then when it comes to then, like 5 minutes later, you're reading and it's just like, here are the hulls of these like destroyed Lehman Russ and Chimera tanks. And later on, like it feels like for a lot of it was really weird. A lot of stuff in here it did actually just describe things and let you draw like a parallel, as it were. Whereas other things, like basically vehicles all over the place, it just used the name of a vehicle rather than bothering to describe what a Vindicator or a Defiler was, or different guard vehicles, which is really weird.
I think that's because he wanted to throw as many as he possibly could in there. But that's a really good point, because from my perspective at least, the first one works and the second one doesn't. So the first one, if you're describing what it is, and I just don't get the reference because I don't know what a hazard squad is or whatever, that doesn't matter so much because at least I know what they are all about. Yeah. If you're just saying there's a thing over there called this, I have no fucking clue what that is, and I either have to look it up or I'm just like,
whatever.
Whatever. I'm sure it's just another vehicle.
Actually, on that note, you would probably want to know what a Vindicator is.
What was that?
I think that comes from him being a codex writer. Where if he does name drop something, it's just, oh, okay, I can go to page 40 and read what a Vindicator is after.
That's a good point.
But it was just weird to me because I noticed he did like half and half.
Yeah,
as opposed to
that's because McNeill isn't fucking terrible like Gav Thorpe, who did that all the time.
Yeah, but it's just weird when you see like King, who like always, like he would never just name drop and just let the name of a product guy like carry its own weight.
What TJ said, King.
Yeah, Abnett doesn't.
Did King ever write codexes?
Probably not.
No. King and Abnett have never written codexes. They've never written fluff and codexes. You can very clearly tell the difference between someone like them who are coming at it from outside and someone like McNeill or Thorpe who have never done any writing outside Black Library. That's just where they cut their teeth.
If I wanted
it kind of just supports what CJ said more, doesn't it?
If I wanted to draw a comparison, though, for an author who just uses a product name and lets that do the work, here's a question. Has Guy Haley ever written a codex?
Yes, that's a good question. My gut instinct says he has. I'm going to look it up and make sure.
If he did, it would probably be after the time when they like stopped telling us who wrote codexes, though, wouldn't it?
Well, I can certainly say as a Guy Haley has worked in... He's another someone who came up inside Games Workshop.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird to me, I noticed, because at first I thought McNeill was going to be doing the King-style product placement, which just feels so much better, because you're actually... It doesn't just feel like, oh, here is a product name. I hope that I recognize this product. I clapped when I saw product name. Whereas, but then he did start doing that. And you are probably at this point wondering what a Vindicator is, Obrium.
Yeah.
Because they came up a lot. Nope.
Is it not a type of dreadnought? No.
Okay. It is a tank. It's on a Rhino chassis, like a Predator tank. Imagine a Rhino transport. It's got a big dozer blade on front and a big fuck-off gun pointing forward.
Okay, that makes more sense than what I was thinking, because like I thought I had come across the term Vindicator Dreadnought before, but it didn't make sense with the context the book was using it. So I assumed that it was just something else that I had no idea about, which makes sense because it was.
And I assume you know. Go on.
I'll make it equally simple. A Vindicator is a cross between a German Sturmgeschütz assault gun and a Sturmtiger rocket mortar.
Does that help you?
Okay.
It doesn't help me.
Very vaguely.
Well,
Okay.
here's the thing. Like, almost all of the war machines in 40k are influenced by stuff from World War II. They're, like, the Baneblade is based on the legends of the Tiger tank, for example.
Okay. Speaking of things not influenced by World War II, I'm going to assume you do know what a Defiler is because you played Dawn of War.
Here's the thing. Are there Defilers in this book?
Yeah. There are Defilers in this book.
Defilers
and they're used as artillery.
Which is strange because Defilers did not exist in 2002. They would appear in 2003 for the Eye of Terror campaign.
That's interesting.
So if they're in this book, then they are being mentioned before they get official rules and fluff. And I can only assume that's because Graham McNeill, working inside Games Workshop, got a chance to see like the pre-designed sketches for the Defiler kit and decided to put it in his book.
So the thing is, though, I don't remember the Defiler being described in the book, which means that's even more confusing because then he just threw in something that didn't exist yet and expected people to somehow know what it was.
That's fucking funny. Yeah.
Also,
100%
in
agree.
Dawn of War, it is actually artillery as well. It's one of the best artillery in it, so that makes sense.
I don't remember. I remember really liking Defilers and then being really bad at artillery. That's my memory of them.
Okay, maybe I'm just misremembering then. But like, I do remember being able to like not right click.
Oh yeah,
I remember just spamming their ability everywhere.
Oh yeah, I remember doing that, and I remember like just being like, "Oh, it knocked some guy over." It did nothing.
Fair enough. Maybe I just enjoyed watching like guardsmen just fly.
Now we're just using the Dawn of War video games to try and explain the lore to us.
Oh yeah, but basically they worked a lot. They you know what? I didn't play I didn't play a lot of the actual game back at the time, so I don't know what the rules for them were like back then. But right now in the game, they don't really operate like artillery. Were Defilers like artillery back when they came out?
Yeah, they have a full battle cannon on them. So they were basically artillery that could do some other things, but not as well. They were they did a bit of everything.
Yeah.
But weren't really good at it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
That sounds like Dawn of War.
Dawn of War.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
It's going to be really fun when we actually get to the Dawn of War books themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
I have to replay those games again.
Maybe.
The games and the books have literally nothing to do with each other, as you'll find
I
out.
don't care. This is just an excuse to go play the game again.
Okay, so
where the hell are we?
Well, so I wanted to say
here
that
with Kroger
we get
taking his arm off.
And we get to see and we get to see
point out, Graham McNeill is like, I think the only author who is more blatantly putting his fetishes into the stories than McNeill is Ian.
Wait, the only one who's doing it more is who?
Ian Watson.
Oh, okay, yeah.
McNeill McNeill's a bit more horny than most of the other, like.
Saying that, Farseer.
No, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, like, I didn't recognize anything in this book that was like that.
So McNeill, yes.
Maybe
this
I'm thinking
book,
about
not. Yeah, I know what you. I know several things you're thinking of.
McNeill later on embraces his role as a sick fuck.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is fine.
I mean,
he's 40K.
I mean, a lot of the shit that happens in this book is pretty sick, but it's not in a weird fetish way.
One would hope.
I would really, really, really fucking hope. Yeah.
Oh, you will see. You're going to learn about something that is
it's quite infamous.
I can't wait to. Yes, we'll get to that one.
Many listeners will.
Graham
know exactly
McNeill writes something that.
Let's save that.
Okay.
Does anyone actually listen to this at all?
Apparently,
like 5 people do. We're the smallest of all the Black Library podcasts.
We're not.
There's almost certainly someone out there somewhere that is probably smaller. But anyway,
the Graham McNeill himself is going to listen to this episode. And
I really want to. Oh.
Are you going to tell me that Graham McNeill is the Quentin Tarantino of 40K books?
There are authors I'd like to hear.
He's not as talented as Tarantino, no.
There are authors I'd like to hear.
He's not as good at writing dialogue as Tarantino either.
There are authors I'd like to find out had listened to our podcast, and there are authors who I hope don't. No. And there are authors I hope don't.
Anyway, back to the fucking story. Right, we're in the camp, and I couldn't help but notice the command structure seems a lot more intact with the Iron Warriors than any other legion so far that we've come across in 40K.
Yep.
Particularly the Emperor's Children. Now I know Farseer is not canon anymore, but I assume that some aspects of the relationship between like the command structure and stuff is relatively common across 40K. The
Emperor's Children are like one of the most shattered legions.
I mean, so obviously we have the Emperor's Children, or at least the one Emperor's Children that we see in the previous book, Farseer, and he's like assaulting his commander's fucking castle and killing all his slaves, and then fleeing into the Imperium, into the material world, so that he can escape him for a while. And he's sure he'll work it out eventually, but until then, I can't even fathom any of the fucking Iron Warriors here doing anything remotely like that involving the fucking the Warsmith, because as you said, like the Warsmith is like he's a fucking character in this book, and I don't think anyone would be doing anything like that to him.
Yeah, he's I think the Emperor's Children are one of the most fractured legions. I think in this it even says that I think it mentions that the Warsmith has like called together different companies of Iron Warriors to join on this fight, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Sounds right.
Something like that. So the command structure is there. Iron Warriors are probably... I don't know if that's the case now. I think Death Guard have kind of been given a bit more of a unified structure now, but I think Iron Warriors for a long time were like the second most organized original legion behind the Word Bearers.
Okay, well they definitely seem more organized, and this is exactly what I was here for, so I'm good with that. The weird aspect as well. This is also the first point where we find out about who sent them here and what they're doing here.
The Warsmith. This is where we meet the Warsmith, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Warsmith says something along the lines of he talks about Abaddon, the Despoiler. He doesn't mention Abaddon. He just talks about the Despoiler. I don't think anyone actually ever says Abaddon's name in this fucking book, but they do say they do talk about the Despoiler a lot.
Oh, you mean like the Despoiler? Okay, yeah.
And I feel like it wasn't really explained as to what this was. Now I happen to know that Abaddon is Abaddon the Despoiler. And I know that he's
resting on you having some 40k knowledge.
Yeah, and if you didn't have that, I feel like this would be confusing as fuck. And you might be like, I guess it doesn't really matter, but you're like, who the fuck is this Despoiler? And who is he promising the Warsmith like ascension to a demon prince? And who is he sending them over here for this fucking mission? Is this the first mention we have of Abaddon so far? I don't think it's come up before.
I think it is. And I think, you know what, that might, with this and the other stuff we've discussed, I think this might be the first book that you could maybe say is written for 40k fans rather than to get people into 40k that we've reviewed.
Yeah, definitely. Especially like Iron Warriors fans seem to absolutely love this book.
But I just mean like in terms of it expects you to know things rather than trying to introduce you to them, which I think all the other books so far have been like trying to introduce someone to 40k. This one is it expects you to know 40k and be interested in 40k and then buy the book.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with that. Yeah. And I think that might have contributed somewhat to why I enjoyed this less than say even like Farseer, to be honest. I'm just gonna say it was a good book. I think I preferred seeing more weird aspects of the 40k world than just like a siege battle like this anyway. But
sure. I've got a quote here from the book when we were introduced to the Warsmith about how horrific he is. His footfalls fell with the weight of ages. The Warsmith chuckled, the sound like earth falling on a coffin. It's just like the imagery around all of this. It's just so bleak.
It feels like it's a bit overdone.
Yeah, but, okay, there is no such thing as overdone in 40k, okay?
Well, no.
40k is not a setting of less is more.
That's why McNeill feels 40k, I guess.
He hits the vibe.
The thing is, Abnett does less is more 40k, and he does it brilliantly.
That's true.
Sometimes, and then we have that book where he crashes a spaceship into a planet.
That's several books, and we'll get to that.
This isn't a unique incident in 40k, but yeah. I also have a quote from this scene, which I want to ask about. It's a weird thing in the lore I wasn't aware of. Thorax, captain of the foremost of the grand companies, with whom he had held the last gate of the Gerelfi Palace, who had led the retreat from Terra, and whose oath of loyalty had been sworn above the clone body of Horus himself. I didn't know that,
body?
So, I am aware of clone bodies of Horus in the lore. I did not know that that clones of Horus were a thing in the lore in 2002. What do you think about this?
They were a thing in 2002. Huh. They were. It was mentioned in... It's mentioned in the Index Astartes for Black Legion that the first action of Black Legion was Phaelbadon, whatever his name is, leading a raid to destroy the clone body of Horus. So the assumption there at the time is that Thorax was present at the very birth of the Black Legion, which has since been retconned.
I somehow missed that, but that seems like something I should not have missed. What the fuck?
Yeah, okay.
I remember reading it, and I just glanced over it.
Yeah.
I was the target audience for this book when it came out, and I didn't read it until 2003, the year afterwards, but like young kids getting into 40k at that time, these books were for us, and they were our shit.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we shouldn't go down that rabbit hole, but at some point I'm going to want an explanation of why the fuck Horus was cloned and what the fuck that even...
Well, this is just
what happened there?
At the time, this was just a little a line of fluff in the Index Astartes, which were kind of like the first time the different Space Marine legions were really fleshed out. Reading them
That line of fluff. They just threw in a random line that Horus was just was cloned, and they just made a bunch of clone Primarchs.
So the Index Astartes, actually, I just want to do a quick mention there. It's actually really interesting reading that now, because you can see all this stuff and be like, whoa, that was a thing all the way back then. And you can also see stuff and go, that didn't make it. And that's one of the things that did make it, and we will cover it at some point. But yeah.
So there's a bunch of clones of Horus somewhere?
No. But there was a clone of Horus.
Oh, okay. Was it a superior clone or an inferior clone?
I'd say inferior.
Okay.
Well,
so it's a solid
Abaddon
snake.
killed him.
Or a liquid snake.
Abaddon did kill him, yes.
Oh, he wasn't like the body of Horus. The idea was, at the time, at least as I understood it, was that they had cloned a body of him, but it was kind of like there was no soul in it. It was just a fleshy body.
This is,
I thought, I thought the Emperor removed him from existence.
Kinda. Yeah. There's kind of a thing. There is like a clone.
Either that.
My
understanding was that like he was partially grown and like floating in a tank, and then Abaddon like destroyed the tank.
So there is kind of like a weird thing with clones. I don't think it's ever like explicitly stated to be this way, but very often clones seem to have like weird rules going on in 40k where like they have something missing.
We have in fact talked about clones before, because there has been a clone character who existed in a previous book. Do you remember who? Well, I guess a clone insofar as growing from a template.
I don't. Who was this?
It's the Ephriel girl from Last Chance.
Oh, yeah.
The Ephriel strain of clones.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I feel like there should be an awful lot. Is this how they explain away why the Imperium doesn't use like massive clone vats to grow everyone?
Well,
because
they do
in some places.
Clone vats in some places. Or rather, they use templates. I believe
the Vatborn.
It's been very hinted that because souls exist in a warp, when you clone someone, you can't clone their soul, and so it causes all kinds of troubles.
Why though? How is that really any different?
How the fuck do
because
you
it lets you
souls in the warp?
It lets you.
But like that doesn't matter though. Why would a clone not just get a soul in the same way that a regular human-born gets a soul? Like that doesn't make.
It lets you. It's an easy way to
runs on
vibes.
It runs on Catholic doctrine where you only get a soul at conception.
Oh shit! So does that mean if you're Macbeth out of the womb before your time that you don't have a soul?
No, conception, Abrium.
Well,
yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, ignore that.
There's a I think it's just an easy way to have clones be a little unsettling, which fits the 40k vibe.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So we spent the last 10 minutes just talking about clones and forgetting the whole plot of the story. This
is why I said, do I want to ask about Horus and his fucking clone?
No, let's move on. So we get this, I think, during or immediately after this little scene where the Warsmith is oppressing his subordinates with his presence. We get a. I think
we get a scene with a bunch of slaves. This is the bit where Kroger gets his new friend.
Well, just before that, I think we get like a whole load of detail about the fortress they're going to attack, using the occasional word that goes over my head because it's from presumably
the
from
Sebastian de Vauban.
Yeah, a 1600s military book. But yeah, it does a good job of really building the picture of what this fortress is. You can properly visualize this whole thing, which is also aided by a little map at the front of a book.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is that McNeill can do all the stuff because he is taking it from someone who's actually done all the hard work for him.
Yep, but he does a good job of laying that out to build an image in your head. I'm going to say
absolutely. It made it feel big.
Well,
it made it feel
he did a good
lot
job
bigger
when
than
I was
the real
14. Now I'm just McNeill, you're a fucking hack.
Well, no, let's be fair. So obviously he took a bunch of the fortification stuff from the works of the French guy, but he didn't. It's still a new place. It's not Ath from the Siege of Ath. If you see the picture of Ath, it looks nothing like I imagined the fortress looking in this book, because it's not. There's cliffs and stuff. There's a huge part of this siege in the book is about this cliff face. And that just doesn't
against the mountains. Yeah,
and that just doesn't exist in this.
Which is a bit of a weird one because, you know, you get the whole thing of, oh, the Imperial Fist managed to cross this land in a week over the mountains, and then the Iron Warriors just, like, kind of don't bother, like, coming at it over the mountains.
Well, yeah, this is why putting this is why putting your fortifications underneath a mountain is the worst fucking idea ever. Because, like, people can just climb above you and drop shit into your fortification. Like, why would you do this?
So instead, you just build your fortifications under the mountain. Well, there's an Iron Warrior who literally builds a fortress underneath a mountain. So,
well, Helm's Deep. This is the thing. Like, Helm's Deep and fucking like a bunch of fortifications in Lord of the Rings are all underneath mountains. And Helm's Deep is one of the ones that doesn't really make sense. But some of them could work.
What do you mean? I mean, when you see the pictures of Helm's Deep in the movies, there's literally sheer. No one could climb up and down there. You need the eagles.
Fair enough.
Some sort of like winged fell beast.
Yeah, or you know, or just
looking for Frodo.
True.
Or just an awful lot of time to be able to do anything other than directly siege the front gate. You know, like instead of doing that, you could just build something around the back to be able to climb up this mountain.
The Lord of the Rings isn't a story about siege warfare. That's not what that's not the vehicle. That's not.
It's funny you say that, given that siege warfare is actually the single most common type of warfare in both the books and
yes,
the movies.
But that's not the kind of story it's telling. Is what I mean. As opposed to Storm of Iron, which is a siege warfare story.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we get that, and then I think we get the description of this fortress, and then we get into the war room briefing from the Imperial side, and
which is another one of these scenes where we have a bunch of people standing around talking. It's really fucking boring.
Well, it's kind of interesting because they give you like a really strong impression of competency, but you see like the incomplete info. Like you could see, oh, here's what they're doing, here's what they're planning, but they don't know about the Titans, which at this point we are aware that they have Titans. Also, yeah, the fucking
not yet, not quite yet.
Well, this is like they don't know.
We
about
haven't seen the landing yet,
but the writing is on the wall for anybody who's like media savvy here, right? For what's
I don't know. I have no idea the Titans were going to arrive until they literally fell out of the sky.
Well, okay, wait, they know that they have got Titans, and they're like, we have Titans, and they don't. So it's great. At this point, if you know anything about 40k or stories in general, you know that the Iron Warriors are going to have Titans as well.
Oh, you mean when the Imperium says that? Okay,
yes, yeah.
I agree.
And then speaking of the Titans arriving,
I didn't actually twig that the Imperium had Titans here. I don't know whether I just missed that again, but like I didn't realize. I thought when the Titans turned up for the Iron Warriors, I was like, oh well, the Imperium's fucked.
It's a very bad showing for the book that you're not getting a lot of these things that the book is obviously expecting you to get.
Can I just say as well, the Tyranid ship, the Titan carrier is a fucking Tyranid ship, corrupted by the obliterated technovirus, a sea monster Leviathan-looking being that looks like a toppled spire. I'm like, oh.
It just hangs in the fucking sky. It was, I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
I love it.
Yeah, that was insane. I came out of fucking nowhere as well. Like I was just in there listening to this description, like, what? Is this something that just happens all the time now? What's going on? Where did this come from?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with.
I did have.
Go on.
I did have a little theory about the Tyranid ship.
Okay.
Having to float there, explaining away why they didn't just do any more orbital bombardment, because that thing was in the way.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the Iron Warriors control that ship.
But also, you don't want to orbitally bombard the place which is full of gene seed.
Yeah, so like not obliterating everything into the ground. No? Yeah, they should still have used the ship guns. Like I say every fucking time, if you have orbital superiority, you're going to use your fucking ship guns because, like, why would you fucking not? Except for in 40k, they're somehow so inaccurate that they never use them for anything because they would shoot their own people. Except there's plenty of times where they don't care about that and they still don't use them just because people just don't like talking about or bringing attention to the fact that there's ships with artillery guns hovering above your target, especially in a book that's supposed to be ripping off a 17th century siege manual, and they didn't have ships in space above Ath. I'm sure the French would have loved to, but they didn't. That we know of. Those secret French spaceships. Fuck.
Didn't make it into
goddamn
history.
French.
Vauban's secret technique to win any siege war.
One thing we do see a lot of, though, is is whenever there's a battle near the coast, even at this time period, they would have been using their ship guns. Because why would you fucking not?
Yeah, this whole thing, actually, the whole anti-gravity thing sort of felt, the whole, like, it just hangs in the sky there thing kind of made some sense to me as well, because the description of this, like, a toppled spire or Leviathan, sea monster Leviathan-looking thing kind of makes me think of Tyranid, I don't know if it's still canon, but it was canon, the Narwhal ships. And the way they work is they, like, bend space-time and fuck with gravity, and like that's how they do their FTL travel, rather than through the warp. So it made me think of one of those.
Okay, well, that's kind of the only image I had for a Tyranid spaceship, so
yeah,
that kind of fits with what I was thinking as well. And the weird... I wanted to ask about
having like these gravity controlling powers makes it fit as hovering there in the sky above the planet to me.
Yeah, that was a super cool image, and I wanted to ask about that actually because the way it was just sitting there in the sky, that felt very Tyranid, and I wanted to see, I wanted to hear you guys explain like whether they do that sort of thing with
actual Tyranids,
actual Tyranids, but also like whether the Imperium and the Chaos people with their actual spaceships, whether they like how that operates inside atmosphere and stuff like that.
I think for like Imperial ships, it's like it depends on what class of ship. Some of them can get closer than others, which is like a bit of an easy answer, but it is what it is. As for Tyranids, they typically will drop like basically organic drop pods full of Tyranids will get blasted at the surface, and I think a lot of their flying creatures are able to like exist in like low atmosphere, so they'll just fly from the ships down.
But do they just, you know, like this thing clearly doesn't give a fuck about gravity. Like it's ignoring gravity.
That's why I specifically said this feels like the Narwhal ships, which are the ones that Hive fleets use to bend gravity in space time and shit. It reminds me of those specifically.
Okay, that's cool. Because like I couldn't imagine, it was a really cool image, and I couldn't imagine I thought maybe the reason he'd use a Tyranid ship here is because I couldn't imagine a regular, you know, Imperial ship like we see them, or, you know, the Chaos faction ships. I couldn't imagine one of those just doing this, in the same way.
This sounds safer than your average Titan drop. I'll say that. Just have your ship hover.
Delicately drop down with tentacles.
Yeah,
quite
well,
nice.
yeah.
Safer for the Titan, safer for the ship. Apparently not safer for anyone in the vicinity. There's a few lines from the I wanted to bring up when we got to this bit, because it's just fucking. Yeah. I don't know. It's a trippy as fuck. One of my favorites, I think, was many of the humans landing here today would never hear again.
Oh, well, that's just Titans.
I was like, okay then. Except for the fact that like 3 or 4 pages later, they talk about how the slaves are useless if they deafen them, and I'm like, you just deafened apparently all of your fucking people at the landing site. Like, it was so close together in the story that I couldn't like figure out how he managed to do that.
Yeah.
He specifically goes into the reasons, I think, why the slaves are useless if they can't hear, which is that, you know, you can't give orders to them. They're like, they're like confused all the time. They're disorientated, and it's like, okay, but why did you put that throwaway line in there just to see? I mean, it clearly is a line just to see more 40k and just to see more chaos because they just don't give a fuck.
Forethought given.
Well, that's something McNeill does a lot. Is he'll put in lines and stuff that seem very 40k, but don't mesh with the rest of it. And it's certainly something with the sections talking about the siege itself, because he is copying 17th century siege warfare and then trying desperately to add like, oh, and there's this 40k stuff added onto it.
This was the point as well where I finally realized like something serious is going on this planet. Like clearly someone really, really, really wants this planet. Because when they talked about thousands and thousands of vehicles being landed from the ship, and then a bunch of fucking Titans fall out of the sky, I was like, huh.
Yeah.
Clearly the Iron Warriors really want something.
Yeah. Also, we get told it's the Legio Mortis and the Dies Irae, which it later tells us is the Titan that breached the walls of the Imperial Palace. But I'm wondering, was there any lore about the Dies Irae at this point already, before Storm of Iron? Nope. Okay, so this is the first time we see the Dies Irae. Okay.
Yeah, I remember thinking that the amount of Imperial forces that we had seen so far didn't feel like it warranted what the Iron Warriors were currently dropping onto the planet.
They did mention Titans in the Imperial briefing as well.
Yes, that was on me though for missing that entirely.
Yes.
So I was in there going like, "What the fuck is this?" The Imperials basically just fucked. Although I always feel like Titans in 40k are far more threatening than I feel like they should be, because they are mobile, meaning that they clearly can't be as powerful as a lot of the stationary stuff that they should have, but they don't ever have. So Titans in the 40k always seem super fucking dangerous. They're like the ultimate trump card.
We have one other. I have one other thing to say about this whole like chapter, the sequence with them landing everything, which is that it ends in a title drop. Within another 2 hours, there would be an army of conquest ready to take the world apart in a storm of iron.
Oh no!
He said it.
This is truly a storm of iron.
Take a drink.
Wow, Honsu, you really are the storm of iron.
So they mentioned a bunch of these things are manufactured. The manufacture was only possible within the Eye of Terror. Isn't that the warp?
Is that the demon? Kind of. The Eye of Terror is like it's like an area of where like the warp and real space have merged together, right? So if you're in there, you're kind of in the warp rather than just in real.
Don't say right at the end of the sentence, because I have no fucking clue. Like,
you're not
it seems to change. It seems to change. We just did Farseer, didn't we?
It's kind of it's kind of like, imagine you've gone through it's a section of real space which is warp when it shouldn't be, I think is how I'd probably describe it.
Isn't that where the new Prospero is?
It's in there, yeah. Sortarius. Yeah.
It's not called New Prospero.
No, it's called Sortarius.
Wow, that's lame.
I don't think it's ever been referred to as New Prospero, other than you saying that.
It's just the obvious name. What else would you call it?
In a 40k setting?
I don't know, man.
Like,
I feel like it's always going to be. I feel like there's always going to be in every setting.
You feel like a Chaos Legion in the Eye of Terror and 40k would be like, and now we will name this New Prospero.
Yes.
Prospero 2, even more Prospero.
Prospero 2, I know.
Even Prospero 2 sounds more 40k than New Prospero.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like it just gives, honors their homeworld that they lost.
Anyway, chapter 3 ends in a storm of iron. And
oh yay! We've only got 3 chapters into this bloody story.
Fuck you.
This summarizes one of the biggest problems with Storm of Iron. It is way too many plot lines that don't need to be there.
I don't know.
Like
I
there
like
is.
it.
You point out how many did you say there were? 9.
Yeah,
Do we need all 9 of them? Several of them don't matter. Several of them are basically pointless and exist to pad the story out.
So
there's a few plot lines that I definitely had to question as like, what the fuck is this and why is this here?
Hawk and the Sorcerer, we could probably do this without. But I don't know, like the whole like character arcs for the 3 different Iron Warrior generals. The Titan stuff was cool and kind of ties into Foryx's arc. Yeah, I don't know. I think Hawk and the Sorcerer bullshit you could probably drop and otherwise here.
Well, anyway, so we're about to we're about to see the start of one of the most ridiculous ones that doesn't need to be here.
Fuck that. I love this one. You've got I do think there's something like really weirdly childish about Kroger in this. This starts like immediately in this next bit is when they start marching on the fortress with all the prisoners they've just taken.
Well, it's where we first see the female prisoner and Kroger and like she. Kroger, I don't know. He just gets this feeling. And he just gets a feeling that he shouldn't kill her. Like he just gets this sense that I just said that like
I got a good feeling about this one.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
he just like,
and it turns out that what the fuck this is. Yeah, he's like, I don't really know why I feel this way, but like I like this one.
It's so pointless and just so
but
dumb.
It's the influence of the armor on him.
Yeah, but like okay, but like I just think this entire plot line should have just been axed. Like the editor should have come across and gone, "What the fuck," and just removed the entire thing.
That implies they had editors back then.
That's a good point.
I don't know. I like this plot line. It's one of your 3 endings for the different generals, right? It's a very cool way for like Kroger's ending.
the ending of this particular plot line is something that has been such a bugbear for such a long time. And I actually spent a long time doing research for this thing, but basically it's a complete waste of time.
I like it.
Who wants to say those 3 words?
Oh.
I go for it.
Yes, go for
we have a canon female space marine.
Yes, a canon female space marine, a fucking bugbear that people have been using in that god-awful, endless argument ever since.
Hold on a minute, because she's not a space marine though.
You could. It's kind of. It's a fun one, but it's not.
She when she puts on the armor and gets possessed by it, she kind of becomes a space marine.
She kind of does, but she
No,
also just
she
kind
becomes
of
some sort of
demon. Like
Yeah,
a demon a possessed space marine armor wearing demon.
Hold on a sec, because we just jumped from the beginning. This is the introduction to the story arc, to literally the end of the story arc. It's like,
Here we are introduced to Lavana.
These story arcs are so thin that we can literally jump from the beginning. Here is this woman, what's his name? Brings her in as a slave. His armor starts to speak to her, convinces her to put it on. She gets possessed and becomes a canon female space marine. She kills Kroger. The end.
Who the fuck would see that scene at the end where the armor conforms to her shape, even though she's not a space marine and but half the size of Kroger, and go, oh look, it's a canon female space marine.
Well, I mean, I don't think it conforms.
Because there's a woman wearing powered armor with an axe.
The interior conforms to her shape. The exterior doesn't. Okay. Nobody else recognizes like that something's happened. Everybody's just like,
they think she's Kroger.
Kroger's actually awfully quiet.
This armor is made of meat. It's meat armor.
It's like
hilarious.
It's like meat.
You know, be really hilarious. If the outside, if it did conform to her, and everyone's like, "When did Kroger get a nice set of boobs?" Wow, Kroger's rack is amazing.
Hey, Kroger, have you had a haircut recently?
Oh god. Kroger. So yeah, I don't
nice rack, and Kroger's looking at his trophy rack with skulls on it, like thanks.
The new one puts a trophy rack on her boobs, like, you know, each of nipples is a spike, and you put skulls on those.
Why?
There is something closer to a female space marine in another book, which will reach at some point. But like these ones,
but yeah, this is clearly some sort of demonic possession. Like I didn't ever even consider that as a thing, because it doesn't really make sense.
The reason why you wouldn't consider, I mean, the thing is that those who believe female space marine should be a thing have pointed to Storm of Iron and pointed to this as an example of. Yeah, they have.
I feel like
I have read way too much material recently about female space marines and talked to people who support the idea of female space marines.
To be honest,
and who tend to be left-wing people who
can't there be.
You know that thing I think.
Regardless,
that long thing bitching about how 40K is transphobic and all that shit, and there was a very long thing in there all about.
There was a recent resurgence of that with the Heresy 2.0 rules, wasn't there?
Yeah,
over like a line which actually was completely. I think it was an entire nothing burger, because it was a line that anybody, I don't know. There
was a line that was in.
It didn't actually say anything. Yeah, and it didn't actually say anything transphobic. So
back
it was a nothing burger.
Yeah, back in 2012, he wrote that line. It was like, the recipient for the gene seed must be male because.
It used the word biological sex. It referred to him having to be biologically male. It's an absolute nothing burger. But anyway,
I had to read a lot of stuff about this, and they repeatedly brought up Storm of Iron has its claim to fame about the female space marines is its worst legacy of the
I'm surprised that you hear people repeatedly bring it up, because my general impression of the people who complain about it...
That's because you don't spend time around those kind of people.
My general impression about these kind of people is that they don't read or play much 40k at all.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Maybe from an outside perspective, it makes an awful lot more sense. Because to me, I can't see any reason why, if you're already genetically manipulating these people to such an insane degree that you're creating space marines, that you couldn't overcome the dimorphic differences between genders.
So here's the thing: there's different types of decision making for a story and a setting. So you've got you've got creative decisions, you've got narrative decisions, you've also got business decisions. So this is something that was primarily, a long time ago, a business decision, because when they had little blister packets where, for space adventurers in Rogue Trader, some of them had 2 female Space Marines in them, nobody wanted to buy them. So a business decision was made when they firmed out what Space Marines were to make them all male. So that's the origin of it, is a business decision. The narrative decisions are basically just like propping up creative decisions, so they don't matter. And as far as creative decisions go, it opens up. It's like you've got the themes of like the band of brothers fighting together as warriors. There's like a lot of like themes which it enables, and it's just something that would feel really incoherent, like disjointed to like pivot away from that. Especially when this is a setting that has got like a lot of, there are people who will like be like it's satire, and there's people who will be like it's not satire. I don't think like either is true. It's a setting that has a lot of satire, like satirical elements baked into it, even if they aren't often used to tell stories. And like there's an element of these like the harsh necessities that of keeping the Imperium going that kind of fits. It's not a place that can afford to be equal opportunity. So there are themes that you lose if you start trying to do these creative decisions to like pander to what is actually an extremely small and loud demographic of people who generally don't understand 40k, as evidenced by the ones who unironically think that this counts as a female Space Marine in Storm of Iron.
I can agree with that.
Haven't read Storm of Iron.
So the thing with sorry, one sec, Jim. I was gonna. Can I just answer that quickly? Just respond to that quickly, because I was going to say like I can agree with that, and in terms of what I just said before, I agree with as an argument in favor of why this is like tech magic basically. But at the same time, as you said there, in a world where they have literally trillions of people to choose from, why would you not start at what is already like a strong soldier, as opposed to having to deal with all that tech bullshit in the first place to get to that same level?
I'm not entirely sure I follow.
So, for example, if you've got literally millions and trillions of people to choose from, why would you not choose from the elite, like troopers that are already? You don't have to deal with like.
It doesn't fit the. I mean, there's a whole like in terms of. I think the creative decision around how you make a Space Marine, which is you take a prepubescent fucking child, is like another one that's trying to be like harsh and cruel in this setting.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying like I can see both sides of this, because like it doesn't make sense that you'd care about trying to deal with like whatever genetic manipulation you'd have to do to turn a woman into what is effectively going to be the same physical Astartes as you would if you started from a man, because they're going to try and make them as strong as possible. Like when you see women portrayed in fiction and sci-fi like this, they're never they're never turned into actual soldiers in terms of like what the Astartes are, which is like a fucking bodybuilder on steroids.
Yeah, and there's also an element of like mirroring real life, where men go to war. Typically, like I know it's not like maybe as much the case now as it used to be, but it's still broadly the case that men go to war when you like picture this sort of thing.
Yeah, well, this is World War II in space, isn't it, or whatever? as Jim was pointed out earlier. What I mean is, like, if you made a female Space Marine and you went, let's go with all the genetic manipulation required for that, I feel like you just end up with what is effectively the same shape anyway. Whereas when you see this sort of thing in fiction and fantasy, it tends to just be
people on stylized comic book aesthetic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, like, look at the Saratas or whatever the fuck they call. I can't. Sisters of Battle. They've all got the boob armor, which
Nuns with guns.
Yeah, but they're all like very. They've all got very feminine shapes, which I feel like is not how you'd end up with if you actually took if somebody who was like focused entirely on the war aspect went, we're going to make women into Astartes as well. They would just be like, they would convert them entirely, and they would just end up looking exactly the same as the men Astartes. Yeah, exactly. They would just be massive balls of meat, as you said, and muscle.
And some people are okay with that, but like
some people I'm sure would be absolutely fine with that. But
yeah, but
So now I'm going to have to.
Why?
Oh. Go on.
I was going to say I was just doing a lot of reading, and in recent years, Graham McNeill's come out in favour of female Space Marines.
A lot of The whole thing. The thing is, this
I
whole...
see a welcome, a much needed move towards diversity in GW's lineup of models, representation both within and beyond the company. Let me be absolutely clear: this is a good thing, and I welcome it wholeheartedly.
Well, that's not the same as female Space Marines. Like, if you want more female representation in 40k, there's been places people have been crying out for it for years. People who actually play the game and build and paint minis, which is things like guardsman heads. Which finally they have actually started like doing kits which have got more like female guardsman heads and shit like that.
Yeah, one female guardsman's fucking $70.
No, but there's
In
like
terms-
the regular Cajun infantry kit now actually has a
Aye,
sprue.
they
full
released
of
a
female
upgrade
heads.
kit.
Yeah,
That's
In terms of the-
or like 50% women at least.
yeah.
In terms of the guardsmen, I can't see why they wouldn't have like like absolutely tons of fucking female guardsmen.
Yeah. And in the
'Cause,
lore
like,
there are loads. It's just
Well, yeah,
the
we see
kits
loads in,
don't represent it generally.
what was
But now
the-
they
what was
do.
the-
Better.
what was the book series?
Caiaphas Cain.
Abnett.
Not Abnett.
Well,
Abnett's one?
Caiaphas.
Caiaphas Cain.
Yeah, well, Ghosts and God's Ghost. There were tons of female guardsmen.
Oh yeah. There's lots of it set instances in the lore of female guard, and they haven't in the past been represented very well in the hobby, but now they've been doing more kits with stuff like that, which is nice. I think overall, I've seen stuff from authors that has been like going on the female Space Marine bandwagon. The whole thing just seems like I'm glad we have had this female Space Marine discussion, and I hope we never talk about it again. Because it tends
we
to be...
probably will.
it
Because here's the
tends
thing,
to be...
it's going to come up in later books. It's like one guy Haley wrote, which they literally talk about. Someone asks, "Why can't females be Space Marines?" And the Space Marine goes, "Yeah, why can't females be Space Marines?"
So, okay, that sounds exactly like Guy Haley dialogue. But like it's I don't know. It's just it's an argument that happens between terminally online people who it tends to be bad faith people on both sides of the argument, and nobody seems to be able to tell the difference between a creative decision and a narrative decision. So you just end up with like a shit show of people going, well, actually, the law would actually allow for this, so why don't they do this? There's no reason that the science doesn't stop them from doing this, so it should happen. It's like, oh my god. It's just it's the dumbest arguments always. People are just conflating narrative and creative shit and just wanting to argue.
That is the usual argument. It's the one I said earlier, which is just like,
yeah,
it's science fiction, so anything is possible. Sure.
Yeah, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I like playing devil's advocate, and I somewhat agree with that in the sense that if you really, really, really wanted to, because you're Games Workshop and you feel like it's good to have a thematically female chapter or something, then I don't see why you couldn't do that.
The thing is, like, most people who argue in favour of it are just insufferable people who usually don't know the law too well, and from my perspective.
But yeah, isn't that effectively what they did to Sisters of Battle, though?
Not quite. And most of the people who actually spend time arguing against it online are also insufferable people who just have nothing best to do, and also don't actually make a good, like, don't understand actually why, and are just like yell about people being
happen
woke.
to be our fellow podcasters of 40k.
I tend to not have a very good view of anybody who just doesn't actually understand the reasons for it and can't talk about why properly and just yells about it because it's a hot talking point on the internet, so fuck them. Anyway, and I think like Storm of Iron.
I think just like Storm of Iron.
I just like to dunk this talking point into the fucking bin. Okay.
I am so fucking confused as to how this scene even sparked that conversation.
Well, this is the thing. Like, apparently, people online actually do reference this, and I think did you say something about this?
Storm of Iron. Storm of Iron is a strange half-life, in large part because it's become the centerpiece for large chunks of not just Graham McNeill's work, but like a whole bunch of 40k lore in general. And of course, they use this one scene of this woman who gets possessed by a set of armor as a talking point in the endless and absolutely pointless war over whether female Space Marines should be a thing or not. I'm pretty sure that was never the intention of Graham McNeill when he put it in there, but he's made the most of it.
So going back to the guy that used to be in the armor, Kroger, I found it a very unsatisfying end to his character. It felt like they were trying to do maybe a mirror between him and Forex, as they're both a bit bored of fighting.
I got the impression like
it seems like
it leads you down a path to me where you think Kroger's going to be lost in the source, as it were, the Berserker source. And Forex and Honsu are commenting on this, like, sooner or later there'll be nothing left of him. And then this happens.
And then when they see him again, they just kind of go, "Oh yeah, that's him gone."
I guess
he's casually mentioned. He's casually mentioned as they find his corpse in the tent, and so somebody's like, "Who was it who fought alongside us?" It was kind of
who's this in Kroger's tent?
Yeah, oh look, there's a corpse in Kroger's tent. Oh, it's Kroger. Whoops. Yeah, so I mean, he gets murdered.
We'll never know.
He gets murdered by his armor, effectively, being worn by Guardsman, whatever her name was.
Former Guardsman Lorana.
Lorana the Lip.
Lorana.
Yeah.
Every single description of her included her lips. I don't know if you know that.
Really?
Okay, maybe you have got a bit of horny McNeill going on here.
It was a bit horny for her.
Let's cover what happens after that when we get to that, though.
Okay.
So, yeah, this whole I thought Kroger's journey or Lorana's journey maybe was a fun arc to follow. There's something very childish about Kroger's interactions, but like we find out later, he's being he does take pleasure in like just oppressing these poor fucking prisoners who are being marched to their death. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like punch this fucking guy with my Space Marine armor. Murder
something that Chaos Astartes feel like they talk about the humans and they treat them as if they're a different species entirely.
They treat
which
them
is something
as
I don't
subhuman, but no,
because they literally call them. Exactly. They literally treat them as humans, and they sort of the language they use and the actions suggest that they think of themselves as a different species almost.
Like
entirely.
above elevated, yeah.
Well, no, but not even that. Like in a way that I don't think we see from regular Astartes. Like regular Astartes on the Imperium side, at least, they're aware that they are transhumans.
I mean, the whole thing
they are superhumans.
The whole thing with like Space Marines is that they exist to serve the Imperium and protect the citizens of it, right? And like different Space Marine loyalist ones will have like different angles on this. Like some of them will feel that stronger than others. You've got like the scale of like Marines, Malevolent and Flesh Tearers up to the Salamanders. But generally speaking, they are like serving the Imperium. Whereas for Chaos Space Marines, they don't have a wider thing that they are serving. Like they aren't like serving a Chaos Empire of Chaos citizens. They're out for themselves, and these people are just a resource for them.
Yes, and that they don't.
And you definitely feel it.
Yeah, what's the fucking word? They don't empathize with them at all because they don't see them as remotely the same.
One of us.
They don't feel like they're connected at all.
Especially the prisoners of the Imperium who are being marched to their death.
Yeah, I mean, and then this is when we get the graphic scene as well, where and a really weirdly graphic scene where like the bunch of these prisoners of war basically effectively loaded into trucks and sent before the Imperial artillery, disguised as Chaos cultists.
Oh yeah.
And you get like this weird scene where the Imperial artillery, like, you know, they take great. There's some just casual fucking like scene thrown in there where the officer class of the artillery they're just joking about, like, the number I hit, if I kill 100 before you, yeah, I get some drink or whatever it is, and it's like typical.
And of course, that's McNeill 100% leaning into like the World War One tropes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because that's like obviously Dougie Haig and General Melchett.
But he then actually goes. He leans into that, but then he also contrasts against it for how horrified they are after the fact, which you would never see from Melchett, or like Abnett's guys never feel any remorse for their actions. His villain.
I mean, these are somewhat officers, but they're also.
But like Abnett's Melchett equivalents don't empathize. What actually happens is instead they go insane and start trying to. They actually just go completely off the deep end until they need to be like taken out. Whereas these guys,
yeah, well, I wouldn't say these are.
And then they're not. They are presented like Melchett, and then it turns out that they're not, and they're fucking horrified and traumatized by what they've done.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't think these are the Melchett. I don't think these are Melchett equivalents, because like the whole point is like I guess they are officers to some degree, but they're also like they're artillery focused like low-level officers, as opposed to, you know, we come across characters in this in the upper officer class that are a bit more like, I would say, more like a Melcher than say these guys. But it is funny, like every time there's an officer or something, they always get a very specific voice in the audiobooks. I don't know why.
The audiobook does a better job of differentiating them than the actual book itself does.
Yeah, the artillery officers, the like leaders of the different what is it? I don't know the military terms. These different like groupings of the guards stationed here, they all just are exactly the same person. And then you have the
different battalions?
The different battalions, yeah. The battalion leaders just read exactly the same. And then you have the person in charge and the second in command who are a bit different.
Yeah, all I remember is that some of the battalion leaders hate each other or something. There's like one guy that like hates. Yeah, and then like the one guy offers his sword and he's like, "I'm sorry, we fucked up."
No, that's
like,
not
Take
them.
my sword.
No, that's the Titans.
No.
That's the Titan princeps.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was the fucking Titan guy. Okay,
yeah.
That's
anyway,
a good point.
Also, when it's going through all of this shit here, I felt like it was really going out of its way to go in, and this is because it's from a siege manual, but it's really trying to hammer home like and educate on the trench warfare principles and shit, and the siege warfare principles, and it's really it does actually give you like a sense of competency to the characters, as opposed to most books where it's just like, oh, a military tactic is just sort of like thrown out on the fly as it happens.
Turning off the part that was like, why the fuck are they doing any of this stuff? Because they have better technology than what we're seeing. I definitely got a sense that this was exactly what I was expecting from the Iron Warriors. Like the Iron Warriors turn up, they are clearly capable of sieges. They know exactly what they're fucking doing. They put their plans into place immediately. You see at the beginning, especially, they start walking fucking circles around the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guard like have no idea what they're doing at the beginning because they've never expected it. They've never experienced anything like this, and suddenly this came out of fucking nowhere. And you see the Iron Warriors, they're setting up their placements. They send these slaves. It's not just about the barbarity of 40k when they send these slaves on the trucks. The whole point is that I think it's what's his name? Hanzu, is it? He's trying to gauge the range of all the guns and like the arc of fire of all the guns. He's trying to see where the weaknesses might be for when they actually want to siege, so that they don't get artillery struck themselves.
Yeah.
So there is a purpose to this. Even though mostly I think this was just because 40k being 40k.
Like, how are we going to do that? How are we going to test the range of their guns? How about we make them test their guns?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can totally see the Iron Warriors do this.
Yeah.
So I mean, all of this happens, and later on we get and then there's a very short amount later we actually see the Titans fight for the first time, don't we? That bit was kind of funny. That bit was a bit strange because there was a specific scene where the Deus Eri sneaks up on the fortress.
Oh, it's kind of like
on the
it's
Titans.
like around the corner of a cliff or something.
No, it's a bunch of there's like all this smoke is thrown up by the guns apparently, and then the Deus Eri is just like is almost next to them. Deus Eris, is it?
Yeah. But yeah.
It's just effectively on top of them.
Is that way later on?
I don't know. No, this is when they first fight, and when the Titan guys fucks up, and he charges straight into the fucking thing.
Hey. Oh, I've got a line. I think here, this is somewhere around
because Deus Eris does get very close, and then that's when it gets damaged.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess it's the first fight.
I think just before this fight, we have like a few. I have like one or two more notes that I think happened before this fight.
Okay.
One of them being that apparently the Warsmith has a throne he was gifted by Perturabo after Talon. How old? And I wasn't aware that the Iron Warriors Talon engagement was like a thing in the lore this far back. Do you think that came from this book, or?
Actually, I believe it might have come from like the Iron Warriors and the Exostates. Actually,
fair enough.
What I was thinking about when I was okay. You're talking about the pronunciation. There is only one way to pronounce it, and that is the way that Verde did it in his famous opera, Dies Irae. You would all have heard it. This is like a legend.
Dies Irae.
I wish
okay.
No, you have to say it in a fucking... You have to go, Dies Irae! Have you never heard this? A legend.
No, I have not heard
I shall not
How
be
the
doing
hell
that.
do I...
All right,
Because
the Dies
you
Irae.
have to go. You Dies Irae. Like, damn it, I cannot do opera.
No,
No.
I mean, don't worry. Most people can't. It's okay.
Oh God, I see what you mean. I mean, I had no idea that was actually what they were saying because it's
It is
opera and you can't tell what the fuck they're saying.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that McNeill stole the name from this opera because McNeill's a hack.
Yes.
Come on.
Anyway.
Every name in 40k is taken from somewhere.
Yeah.
That's true. McNeill's a clever hack. McNeill is
He's good
a
at being
level
a
of
hack.
yeah, he's a level of hack superior to the Gavthorpe type of hack. Gavthorpe is also a hack, but he's a bottom of the barrel hack. McNeill is the top of the barrel hack. He's the top shelf of hacks.
Is he a hack or is he just a fraud?
He's a hack.
Okay. Also, Titans. Do we remember where we got at with Titan sizing in when we discussed this in Eisenhorn?
I think these. No, I mean,
At this
other than the fact that
time,
it changes
it's
every
still
fucking
no.
time.
Yeah, but we had
Yeah.
like a definitive scale from Titanicus now. I think it mentions that
Yeah.
the majority
God.
of these are over 20 meters in height, which is something like a I want to say like six stories or something. But then it presents a warlord and like this is 30 meters high. Like, ooh.
I was a little bit confused because it felt like all the Titans were pretty much the same size. And I felt like the Warhound Titans, they felt quite reasonable in this book. But then I would have expected the Dies Irae to be much bigger.
I mean, it is. It does say that the warlords are 30, so it is much
But
bigger.
30 is compared to like 20, though.
Yes,
I mean,
like 50% bigger. Well, that's warlords. Is Dies Irae even a warlord, or wasn't it like an Imperator class or something? Or
It
is
is
it a
an
warlord?
Imperator.
Yeah. So the warlords are 30, and the Dies Irae is like a step higher than that. So
okay.
it is big. I think just before this battle happens, one more fun thing happens that I've got a note on, which is that Guardsman Hawk, who has been like making his best attempt to be useful here, being like, fuck this, I'm not just going to sit here and die and do nothing, grabs his Vox thing and makes a journey. He finally gets through to the Imperial forces on the Vox, I think.
Yes,
And we
and
get
tells them
the-
they'll have Titans.
And we get a fun little blurb about how, like, from one of the guys about how history remembers people. It's like, people are going to think Hawk's a fucking hero. What a strange twist of fate.
There was so much fucking monologuing and like weirdly long fucking speeches from people in this book as well. But this is also one of like the
Always
only
at the
two.
worst times.
yeah. This is one of the only two Vox calls I think they make in the entire book as well.
It's the only ones we're privy to, at least. I think. But yeah.
Fair. Anyway, then they have the Titan fight, and then the Dies Irae sneaks up on the front line of Titans
Yeah.
somehow
Well, before that,
with a little bit of smoke.
I want to say as well, I think this is the first story we've had with a Titan Princeps point of view, which is cool.
It is.
We get to see like this arrogance that characterizes them, but we also
Don't we
get
see
to
it really briefly in the Eisenhorn, the third Eisenhorn book?
We do not get a Princeps point of view. We see a Titan.
I thought we did have a very. Wasn't there
I
no
don't think so.
like?
Oh,
Okay,
well,
maybe not.
we get a I'm looking in your head on looking in the Titan's head thing.
I
but
think that's
not
what
the
I was
same.
thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, we get an actual Princeps point of view. So-
Okay. That's actually that picture you just linked there of the different Titans. That. Wait. See, I didn't feel like it was that
That
much
is
bigger
a
than the
Warhound,
Warhounds.
a Warlord, and an Imperator. Granted, I don't think
Yeah.
Imperators have an actual model, so that's like a kit bash, but that's like how they're generally portrayed size-wise. Big deal.
Yeah, although the way it's described, it almost sounds more like an Imperator because it talks about it like
The Dies Irae
bulwarks and
is-
stuff. And
The Dies Irae is an Imperator. The Warlord
Oh.
is 30. The Dies Irae is an Imperator. Yeah.
how the fuck did they even stand a chance then? Like, how did they even damage the fucking like?
Well,
well-
there's a much better written book called Titanicus, in which you will see how they have a chance against it. But
We'll get to that. Yeah.
Well, the Warlord did kind of suicide itself right into the Imperator.
Yes. Which is cool.
So that's how they damaged it. They just blew themselves up on it.
But it said like dick height. How did that work? Just like took out his leg or
That's
something.
what
Wait, did
damaged it.
basically take out his
Yeah.
leg. That's what happened.
Oh, fair enough.
Um,
Okay.
So one thing, as they go into this battle, I thought was interesting because this you get to see both sides' perspective as they're going in, and both sides are describing this as like a confidently winnable battle. And you go into this thinking, what's the complication going to be? Like, one thing is going to be like unaccounted for from one side. Like, is one of them not able to back up their confidence? Which side is
the Imperium
wrong?
has no idea currently what is actually coming to attack them, though. So,
and
from their side, it was just very much like they had no idea what was going on.
They didn't know the Titans were coming in, also, but it didn't end up just being that. It ended up being like an actual like failure on their part once they were in the battle. Obviously, with the Titans, with everybody suddenly like, "Hey, where's our Titan support?" Oh no, it's over there because they all got distracted by their like.
They all charged the fucking
ancestral
DSRA.
hatred of this DSRA.
Yeah, that was a really interesting engagement, but also it was kind of strange. Like, it happens right at the beginning, or like very early on into like the conflict,
and it gives us a reason why the Titan isn't here doing everything for the rest of the thing.
Well, from their side,
yeah, because the DSRA had its fucking legs broken.
And to repair it, they just get some slaves to build scaffolding around it, get out some welding guns, and
they're just
try and fix it on the field.
They just give it like a janky field repair over the course of the siege. Yeah. This is a very like visceral assault, viscerally described thing. You have like Kroger fighting. He's like spraying himself with blood. You have Honsu, who's like much more sensible than Kroger, but he's still like emotionally driven, hating everybody alongside, shooting people for fun. It's like, oh, I touched him, I'm gonna wipe my gauntlet off.
I think this is the one where this is the battle as well where we get the completely pointless tank charge, which actually reads like a cavalry charge into a bunch of guns.
Yeah, which is like, it's silly, but it's 40k. 40k is where you have
40K.
artwork. It absolutely 40k is where you get artwork of like tanks.
17th century cavalry charge.
No, but like tank charges are very 40k. You have like artwork of like the tank driving in and a commissar on top waving his sword around. This is very 40k.
But the tank doesn't fall over and break its legs.
The tanks aren't described the way horses are described because, again, Graham McNeill is borrowing from 17th century sieges when cavalry being charged out to try and spike the guns and disrupt the siege was a relatively common factor. He just replaced horse cavalry with tanks.
And this was the bit that was probably the most jarring part, except maybe the halberds later on. But like this sounded so strange when I first read this that it only made sense when Jimbers pointed out that this was supposed to be 17th century warfare, and suddenly the fact that they were horses made this entire scene actually sound right. Because as Jimbers has said, he's describing some of the way that they use these tanks and the way that the tanks blow up and fall over and stuff. It just sounds like he's describing horses, which is so fucking weird in a book where there are tanks.
But I say again, tanks charging into battle.
I can understand that part. Yeah, exactly. As I said, though,
it's just missing all the thing. In fact, I don't think I had a
behave like horses. Tanks don't behave like horses.
That was the weird part.
You don't hear your tank whinnying as it drives along.
You have to pull on the reins to guide the tank in a different direction. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, that entire scene just sounded really weird when it was written about tanks. But yeah.
Ooh, there was also a bunch of like I want to say we see like rules concept in this fight. Like you have like somebody going up behind a vehicle to shoot the weak point behind it. This being when vehicle facings were a thing back in the day in this game, and shooting it with a plasma gun in the back.
Interesting.
Yeah. There was like some.
That didn't even click with me, but yeah, that's perfectly tabletop. That's exactly what you do.
Yeah, it's like proper rules concept on display. Also got to see some old school things that don't exist anymore, but did back in the day in 40k, like basilisks in an Iron Warriors army. Or was it basilisks or just guard tanks in general in an Iron Warriors army, which you used to be able to do?
It was definitely basilisks.
Yeah.
I think only basilisks.
I mean that to me makes kind of sense, because if any legion or if any Space Marine faction, I could see retaining some of the guardsman kind of
artillery
military structure would absolutely be the Iron Warriors, surely.
Yeah. And also the Iron Warriors are probably the Chaos Space Marine Legion that is most likely to use an artillery tank, something that doesn't exist in the actual Chaos Space Marine armory, except for Defilers. So you see them having it's like, yeah, that made sense. And then Games Workshop decided they don't like fun anymore, so they can't do that anymore. But hey.
I remember
they decided that they could invent a brand new kit that they could sell you for $20.
Where is it? Where's the brand new artillery kit for Chaos Space Marines? There isn't one.
It's the Mauler Fiends.
Oh, fucking goddamn it.
That thing with the fruit plasma cannon.
The Mauler Field Forward Feed. God damn it. Okay.
There's a line here that describes a chain sword or chain blade on a Titan, which I just like that imagery. Like I can't imagine what a chain blade the size of a Titan looks like, but that just sounds pretty.
I can show
metal.
you a picture if you like. There's an actual model kit of it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I would like to see that.
It's basically a big Dorito with a chain around it.
A big Dorito.
It
Dorito
depends
chain
on
blade.
what Titan you're looking at, I think.
Well, the Titans of the time, and well, Epic at the time.
Oh,
would have been.
yeah.
It is just a big Dorito looking thing.
Yeah.
Who is Leonid?
He is.
I have his name here in the notes, so I don't remember who he was.
Was he the head honcho or is he second in command?
All I remember is there was 2 lines from him that absolutely blew my fucking mind because of how one was super lame, like incredibly fucking lame, which was, "This was a time that as a leader he had to do just that."
So he charged. And then he charges at the trenches.
And then there was the next line, which was something like, "Frantic charges over open ground towards fortified enemy positions were the stuff of legend until you actually had to do it." I was like,
I love him.
God.
I love Leonid.
What?
Was Leonid the second in command or the first?
I would imagine he was the second in command because they sent him
Yeah.
into the charge.
Yeah, I think he was. He later on he ends up like having character development and becoming a lot more morose and grim. But
Yes.
at this point, he still has his spirit.
We finally got to Mikhail Leonid, a character who is going to have a significant... He's actually more significant than either of you are giving him any kind of credit. He basically becomes our viewpoint character inside the fortress.
But like for now, isn't there? There's still the actual head of the guard here, who's the narrative viewpoint. But then later on, when he dies, it shifts to Leonid, doesn't it?
He's like the first semi-competent officer that we see on the Imperial side.
Yeah.
And as usual, he's given a really fucking weird voice, like I just did for him in the fucking audiobook.
I love it. Yeah. So the head of the guard here is generally portrayed as he's competent, but he doesn't actually care about his men, and he's a bit cold, and people don't like him that much.
Yeah.
But Leonid is the guy who everybody respects as like the people's general or whatever.
He's the people's officer.
Yeah. And later on, like even the number one, whose name I can't fucking remember still, is like, "Leonid, you can inspire the men in a way I can't, and I've always admired you for that." Later on, when he dies, Leonid ends up in charge, and it's like after this battle, really, it starts him ending up like going down as like grim, morose vibes. Yeah.
Well, it's things like that line, I think, which is possibly the only character development that actually leads to his arc like being somewhat actually deserved. Which is, as I said, like, frantic charges over open ground towards fortified enemy positions is the stuff of legend until you actually have to do it. And it's the fact that he's experiencing all this stuff for the first time, kind of gives him a perspective which he didn't have before. Which I think is where the character development is supposed to come from. Which I somewhat works. Yeah, I can see that.
And there's also, well, I think the big thing of his character development here is how fucked off he is with the Titans, the Princeps. He basically ruined everything by going off and getting involved in their like glory feud with the Dias Array. And
especially since
and they have this like this formal apology of like, "We fucked up. Here's my sword," with the like idea of it being, "If I fuck up again, you kill me with my own sword." And what you're supposed to do is reject it and give him back the sword. He fucking takes the sword and is like, "I'll hold on to it," and gets like massive approval from everybody around for doing so, because everybody else is also fucked off with the Titan Princeps at this point.
Yeah, well, especially since I think quite a few of the Warhounds and stuff, especially, are described as having what is effectively anti-infantry weaponry, and they're just like, yeah, but we're gonna go fight the fucking guy, the Deus Eru. It's like, okay, have fun with that.
Yeah.
There's also like a little bit on from this, we get another hint that there is something special on this planet that they're after. I think this is the first hint actually that we get where it's explicitly said there is something special here. This is why they brought all this shit here, and why they're trying to fight
at the back, like having their little conversation in the back room.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
This and it's the sort of yeah. It is that scene. Yeah, it's the one where the admechs are discussing, and like it's clearly made obvious that there's something different about this planet.
They have objectives and directives above what the Guard have and know, and they are overriding the Guard on some things because of it. And the admech plot here basically being there is a senile old admech guy who's basically just a brain attached to the fortress. There's
who has to constantly maintain all the systems for some reason because none of them are automated.
Well, that's 40k for you. You need your.
He has to keep pressing the button that says "shield on." He just has to hold the button down.
There's a
It's just constantly resetting the router.
It's just like
there's the second in command, the guy who's like the face of the admech here, because who actually is engaging with people, who is being extremely suspicious the entire time. He's like talking in a certain way to his superior who's hardwired into the thing. You're like, He's saying different things when he's talking to the Guard. You're like, what's going on here? And your third admech character is the one who was
it's like his secretary or something.
Sure, he was the guy at the outpost who was captured at the start. And we're told, no, Kruger, don't kill him. I'll be extremely pissed off if you do that, and you don't want me to be extremely pissed off, says the Warsmith to Kruger. And he's captured and will come back in a short bit to see his part to play in this story, which is fun.
This was the part. This was the section just after all this fucking shit, which where I think we get way too much siege plan details. This is where the word parallel comes up about 100 times.
It's constantly talking about the parallel and talking about like having like how they are managing the people digging it and how but we've built up this section here so they were safe from the guns on the wall and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I think an awful lot of these details don't survive modern. Or even modern technology, but definitely do not survive 40k technology. When, as Jimbo says, you should have airplanes. You should have.
Well, they had no airplanes because they took out the airbase. Why do the Iron Warriors have no airplanes? I don't know.
Well, that's the point. But they all have.
The bigger point is the difference in. So the artillery systems of the 17th century are like brass cannons with a range of like a few hundred yards. The weapons of 40k are like based on modern weapons, which are a range of like 30 miles. So technically, they
Oh, hang on.
30 miles? It's more than 30 miles.
There's modern weapons that have got ranges beyond line of sight.
I've got a question.
All the artillery on the control.
What's way more than 30 miles, though.
What is the range of let's say a 1900s howitzer? Say early 1900s howitzer. Because
early 1900s howitzer.
Yeah, like talking World War I, World War II-ish howitzer.
About 13,000 yards. That would be like an 18-pounder.
Okay, how many?
Yeah, that seems reasonable for World War One.
Is that?
That's
3,000 meters.
It's about let's say 12,000 meters or something like that.
Wait, 12,000 meters? Okay, sure. Okay, so because that is something they're explicitly described as having is howitzers, specifically demon engine howitzers.
Yeah, but I feel like howitzers is.
Why do you need your howitzer to be a demon engine?
Howitzer is just like gun. It doesn't mean that they're specifically using World War One howitzers.
Sure, I know, but like here's
World
a
War
question.
howitzer with a range of 7,800 yards.
So about 2,000 meters.
It with the World War II one.
Sure.
Okay, a few kilometers though. Like
yeah, okay. Here's a question: why does a howitzer need to be a demon engine?
To power it? Why not? I don't know. All I know.
It's quite a common Warhammer fantasy thing.
Yeah, I was going to say,
artillery.
I've just been playing.
It's less common, quite a bit.
I've just been playing Total War Fantasy. I was playing Khorne, and Khorne has motorbikes that are demons. And I was like, this is weird.
That a skull chariot or something? What are they called?
That is a demon unit
Yeah.
in 40k as well. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can get them
yeah.
in 40k.
And they've got they demons. Khorne specifically likes demon engines, and this is less of a. If you are Khorne and you're like, okay, we want to have something ranged so we can shoot skulls at people or spray blood at people, then it makes sense that your like artillery is going to be like a demon engine. If you are Iron Warriors and you need a gun, why are you going to make your gun into a demon?
Okay, because otherwise you have to either mechanize it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you're like, well, it's just saving cost savings, right? So instead of mechanizing the thing and having to fuel it, and instead of having to get it pulled by horses, because we're clearly talking 17th century again, you just make it demon powered. Problem solved. No fuel lines, no horses required, just demons. We
also have like this. We have this demon engine house and get a little fun description of it having. Run rampant and killing a whole bunch of not just slaves but also space marines, and having to be like got back under control because for some reason their gun needs to have a demon in it.
Were you talking about the hell cannons, CJ, when you were talking about the demon artillery?
Yeah, the hell cannon is the one where I think in the fantasy rules it could go crazy and start killing the guys running it.
In 8th and 9th, there's or in 8th at least, there's a unit in the Legend, in the Forge World stuff, the Chaos Rapier, and this had this rule, where basically if it lost its the two guys controlling it, it would just start charging at the enemy lines.
You said a Chaos Rapier?
Yes, a Rapier gun's like it's like a gun emplacement that can be wheeled around, with two dudes standing next to it. And you kill the guys, and that just charged at the enemy lines afterwards. Fun stuff. So it's again something that has.
Here's a fun fact: that thing was a very real model at the time, and this is that model.
Okay,
I mean
that's called the Doom Blaster, the Khorne Doom Blaster.
Why does it look like it's made of Play-Doh?
Because it's
an epic model. That thing's about the size of your thumbnail.
It basically was made of Play-Doh then cast in metal.
But yeah,
that's the size of a 50p coin, maybe smaller.
Also, the first one you linked is basically just a Khorne warrior with tracks.
That is knight-sized.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it looks like a Khorne Chaos Warrior with tracks and an engine.
Anybody listening in,
we should maybe say we're talking about the Khorne Lord of Skulls here.
Yes, the Khorne Lord of Skulls is being discussed.
The Khorne Lord of Skulls isn't even the best one. There's like so many wonderfully derpy ones. Like here's one of my favorites, the Death Dealer, which is another Khorne artillery piece.
Oh, yeah.
That one also looks like it's made of Play-Doh.
All Epic, everything from Epic will look like it's made of Play-Doh. Both because of like.
I would honestly love to see if because the new Epic. I wish they would bring back stuff like the Death Dealer and the Doom Blaster.
No, they won't. But it would be fun to see those done again in the modern era.
It's just a bunch of skulls with like guns sticking out the mouths, and then a guy at the front with a fucking crab claw and two tiny little fucking wheels at the bottom. What is this?
That looks like the precursor to the Lord of Skulls.
And this is their siege tower, the Blood Reaper.
Hell yeah!
Oh my god!
Anyway,
that one actually looks kind of cool. I like that one.
Is it Tor Christo that they like go and inspect? They like sneak up to look at it. Was that Tor Christo?
Was it what?
I believe it was, Honsu.
Yeah, so
did some sneaky. They crawled through the sand for days.
Yeah,
it felt like, but it was actually a couple hours.
And he's got Forex's second-hand guy who's been sent with him because Forex is like, "Fuck you, take my guy who's a siege expert who has like a robot leg." And Honsu's like, "Great, we got to do this stealth mission with the guy with a robot leg. Get over there." Gets his valuable insight.
Which is that they have
Forex's
guns in the side of the cliff.
Yeah, and also like the insight about like, well, if you like bait them out and then you could go in there and use a tunnel to get into the fortress. And Honsu's like, oh, this guy's actually pretty smart. Then his robot leg gets them into a shit situation and he eats shit and dies. So Honsu makes it back and just steals his idea and immediately gets told, "How fucking dare you tell me how to do this?" The
Warsmith is very unhappy with Honsu even suggesting a good strategy. So
yeah, And then we get the Tor
I
Christo
think
battle.
that's when the Wordsmith says, I built this.
Yes.
place, by the way.
By the way, of course I know they're there. I built it, motherfucker.
Yeah. And I think we get to see a little bit more about this sorcerer who's he's always described as basically just looking really sketchy.
Yeah.
Every time he's there, someone is just like, that sorcerer looks like he's up to no good.
Well, to me, like the weird way they described it, it almost sounded like he was like twitching, like some sort of drug addict all the time, constantly. I don't know why that was the vibe I got, but
I think at some point Fox is like, I am sure that the look on his face there was him like hiding something from us. And then he was.
That face looks like it's hiding something.
Yeah.
So is there something in the rules? Right, I got this really weird impression from some really obvious lines that just kept being repeated over and over again. Is there anything in the rules about Iron Warriors never using snipers? Is this just a thing?
No. Well, Marines don't tend to use snipers.
No, unless they're scouts.
So why was there such a big deal made about this? Because there's an Imperial officer who just starts like wandering around on the battlements, and one of the men is like specifically like, you shouldn't do that. What if they've got snipers? You're just going to get fucking murdered. And the only reason I could think that this was in here, until Jimbus pointed out that this was supposed to be 17th century warfare, and this is how officers kind of were in the time period, was that there was some major fucking thing here about like Iron Warriors never using snipers or something.
I mean, they didn't have any units that had snipers, so
maybe that's it.
I guess the thing is, like, they don't care. They're like going to crack this fortress. You know,
I'm sure there was something in that siege warfare manual though about the way officers behaved, and officers pre-World War, well, even World War II, officers until like after World War II were pretty suicidal, especially British officers, and European officers, I imagine, were pretty similar in that regard. Especially the French.
You're expected to lead by example, and you either got glory or a heroic death.
Yeah, you either showed the enemy that you don't give a fuck about their snipers, or you just lost your head.
Oh, that's funny because it reminds me of something I was watching when they were filming A Bridge Too Far. Anthony Hopkins was playing Colonel Frost, and he was doing a scene where he had to run across the road, and Colonel Frost told him, "We never ran. We just walked across the road. We had to show the Germans we were afraid of their snipers."
Yeah, that's
Anthony Hopkins was like, I was not going to refilm that scene with me walking across.
Well, no, that's the famous example of like how World War I and World War II movies, they didn't really capture that aspect because it didn't seem believable. Like, it looked suicidal. So they never really did justice to the fact that officers at that time, especially British officers, were trained to be that uncaring. There's some absolutely ridiculous stories, like first-hand accounts of shit like that. Of like, what? We're going to turn into a World War II podcast if we go into this. Anyway, Dan Carlin does some great episodes on that, about stuff like that. So you should listen to that. So shout out to Dan Carlin.
So I think it's in the Tor Christo assault we have the howitzer going rampaging around, like as they're going up to that.
I want to know we're getting attacked by an artillery gun at close range. It's like
they get into. Well,
the thing about it is that
we get a description of it later. But sorry, go on.
I was just at the time, the way they would breach a wall was by bringing guns up very, very close and basically deliberately attacking it at the base where they couldn't be shot at from the top.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they do with the Vindicators, isn't
it?
It
is exactly what they do. I mean, the siege warfare, he's copying Vauban's homework.
So but as for the close range howitzer attack, yeah, we get to see what Demon Engine's attacking people looks like later on. Remember? So
I don't remember that.
Oh, well,
I wish I did remember that.
So here I think they
this is where the Imperial Fist turn up.
We have like there's not yet, I don't think. First,
it's during the end of this. It's during the end of this fight where they turn up and save them.
Do they? I don't think they do save them. I think Tor Christo happens, and then after that, the Imperial Fists show up, don't they?
Wait, it's the engagement. Because this is the thing. This entire book, there's like 20 different fucking small skirmishes.
Yeah.
After they find the guns in the cliff face, there is a small skirmish.
Oh my god!
People over the walls.
I've got I've got it.
What the fuck?
The fucking name of the guy who's in charge. I can't believe none of us fucking got it. Do you know the guy?
Okay.
Do you know the leader, the Imperial Forces leader, his name?
No.
Castellan Vauban.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that rings a bell.
Oh, fucking hell, McNeill.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Vauban.
It's like he was...
Oh, okay. And I even
McNeill
recognise...
was not fucking trying to... I mean, let's be honest, most people reading it are not going to put two and two together and work out these basically signaling exactly where he got his homework.
So I don't know. Is this a 40k character? I don't know this guy.
No, just his name is Vauban.
The French guy who...
Oh,
It's the
shit. I fucking... Goddamn. Yeah, okay. That's on the nose. That's really fucking on the nose.
Sorry.
I thought when you brought that up, it was like a 40k reference or something
No.
I wasn't getting. No, okay, fair enough.
Fucking Castellan Vauban. Okay. Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
would the
here's
Spanish
the
not
thing.
have, would the Spanish not have been
Technically
Castile at this
Vauban.
point?
Yeah, well, don't worry about it. Well, he's not. He's hardly gonna fucking call a warsmith like Warsmith Vauban here. He's the Warsmith, so he's just gonna cram the name Vauban in somewhere else.
But the Warsmith does get a name.
Yeah,
What the
like 10 years later or something. Don't worry
If
about it.
McNeill does
Yeah.
listen to this, he's going to be very upset with us not getting that reference.
Oh, I mean, why were you... I mean, wouldn't he get upset at me calling him a fucking hack over and over again and saying that he's a lot less smart than he
He might
thinks
feel a
is?
bit indignant that you're calling him a hack and not even recognizing the Vauban reference. Yeah.
Well,
I've actually
congratulations,
pretty blatant
McNeill.
now.
You're a double hack. You're a hack plus.
A hack
I mean,
fraud,
maybe he feels like
perhaps.
flagging the reference is kind of is somewhat alleviating. I don't know,
Yeah, he's
but
like,
like at the same time, I can't see how that works.
this is my 40k imagining of it rather than my secret shame of a story that I'm using and I hope nobody recognizes.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping people do recognize it. Maybe he's like, they'll think this is cool because I turned this into a 40k book.
Maybe. To be
It
fair,
seems likely given that he's done similar things with other stories before,
but
like
to
The
and-
Last Church.
be fair, I feel
Honestly,
like
I
he has
would
done a good job of
appreciate it. Yeah, I would appreciate it if he had adapted it more for the technology of the time. Because, like, as I said, like I shouldn't have felt like this book was weird and felt off until Jimbus pointed out that it was a 17th century siege manual.
I
Like-
still didn't think the tank charge felt weird. All I could think of is these pictures of commissars waving their sword out of a tank hatch. That's all I could think of.
Okay, fine. Maybe your 40k brain was just too much. Like, yeah, this makes perfect sense. I don't. There were
this
so
seems
many
like
things though.
something
It wasn't
that would
just the fucking tank charge, dude. It was just
Yeah.
it was everything.
Okay. So Tor Christos all happens. Honsu, I think, is going for the breach on the actual walls of the fort while Forex is getting into the tunnel, right? I think this is where we first learn the Warsmith is ascending, as Honsu monologues this to a poor victim he's brutalized, who's bleeding out on the floor.
Goddamn monologues again. Yeah.
Soon this entire place will blah 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 and the Warsmith will ascend. It's like, okay.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that.
You get the tunnel blowing, which is, I guess this is actually one where there's a whole thing about the communication thing you were talking about. Where actually, why couldn't they just say that on the Vox? Why does he have to send a guy to go and tell people?
They send a runner. Yeah.
He sends the runner, and the runner goes off, and everybody starts making for the breach, and the tunnel blows ahead of the Imperial forces expecting it would, because the AdMech guy is doing nefarious things behind the scenes. But also, it does stop Forex from getting through there, so I guess it's kind of a... At this point, you can go, well, actually, the AdMech are right on the money here with blowing it early.
Yeah, it just seemed like everybody was against that decision. So I don't know. It was a kind of we were still a bit in a mixed situation, whereas where there was a lot of uncertainty still around whether the AdMech were just not giving a fuck about the command structure or whether they were actually traitors. So
Yeah.
Anyway, and while that's happening, as you said, like the siege on the wall is happening, and that gets beaten back by the arrival of Imperial Fists.
I don't think it does.
I'm sure that's what happens there. That's
'cause
where the Imperial Fists come in.
The Imperial Fists come in out of nowhere in the next bit.
They definitely come in at the end of an assault, and they put an end to the assault. Now,
Right.
I thought that had to be this bit because I mean I know there's a lot of random fucking like skirmishing and random engagements, but it's specifically a bunch of people climbing over a wall, and then the Imperial Fists turn up and
I don't
beat it
remember
back.
that. I remember it being when they go on the assault at night in the camps. It turns out the Imperial Fists are there, doesn't it? Wasn't it? I thought that was when the reveal was.
I don't remember it enough to argue about it, but
Jim,
at the same time,
CJ,
like,
do you have any recollections here? When did the Imperial Fists show up?
I know that Forex is in a trench when he fights the Imperial Fist. No, in a tunnel. And he is in a tunnel right now, so it would fit that the Imperial Fists are here, but he was in a tunnel a lot, that Forex.
He
No,
was.
it was a different tunnel. I think many tunnels that he was in.
Forex was there a lot.
Do you remember the first moment Imperial Fists showed up?
How can you not know? All you had to do was read the damn book, CJ.
God damn it. Jimbus, do you remember?
I've been waiting to say that for the last few hours. Let me have my moment, damn it.
You've had your moment, but now do you remember?
No. Because I honestly don't remember any, because the thing is, like, most of this book blends together and it's really hard. There's all these plot lines going on, all this shit. It's hard to follow at times. It's this book. This thing has a problem that some action movies have, where it doesn't. You need periods of downtime to breathe, and this book doesn't really pace them out very well.
The Imperial Fist especially feel completely inconsequential to this entire fucking story.
Okay, I know. It
They
definitely
exist
didn't
to
happen yet
die.
over him. I know why
They
it didn't
exist
happen yet.
to
Because after this, we see stuff about visions from the sorcerer, and he sees the yellowed armored enemy in his vision there. So at this point, Imperial Fists haven't come into play yet.
I thought that happened after they first saw them.
No, because it's foreshadowing.
Okay.
So then we have the sorcerer's vision with this thing, the corruption. He sees the comms, something about the comms. He sees this corruption, which is the tech priest, and he sees a yellowed armored enemy killing him, which is.
Can I just point out how stupid?
Prophetic.
Can I just point out how stupid a yellow is as a color for Space Marines? I don't know what it is. I just don't like it.
It's.
I don't like my.
It's not a color that you can use to hide.
I don't like my hazard sign colored fucking Space Marines.
Well, hazard stripes all over the place on the Iron Warriors. Watch out!
Fair.
My armor is spiky.
Warning! Edgy alert.
But yeah,
the Iron Warriors are big on health and safety.
Yeah.
They like things fighting.
They're so organized. They have their own health and safety department.
So the sorcerer has this vision. I think the next thing that happens after Tor Christo is actually Hawk being given a secret mission, and we have this whole thing with the tracker. Honsu sent a tracker after Hawk because they're like, we've been detecting some sort of activity. Are you sure you killed all of them? Honsu's like, I'm pretty sure we killed all of them. Send your guy. It's like, fine. So he sends this guy. The tracker goes in with a bunch of human dudes, and
this is when where the guy's hunting Hawk, and we have this weird fucking predator. We have this weird fucking predator moment where it's just he's just chasing Hawk around.
The tracker's like, he's good. He did this. He did this. This is all exactly the right thing. Damn. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, man, this guy's an idiot. He's just leaving signs of where he's been all over the place.
Yeah, he massively overestimates Hawk at the beginning.
And then he's like, this isn't even fun anymore.
Yeah, as the reader, we're sitting there laughing because at that point, because it's like,
we know.
Is he just saying all this about Hawk? Then 5 seconds later, the guy's like, fuck this guy.
So
there's my notes for these sections for the rest of the book probably are almost completely incoherent because I had no idea what the fuck was happening half the time here.
Incoherent. That's the problem with having 9 separate subplots all going together at the same time.
You say that.
And the thing is, they're all separate. They don't really impact one another a lot beyond the meta plot.
I have to
which
disagree
means they're
with
not
that.
very satisfying.
I disagree with that. I feel like they do intertwine. There's a whole Titan thing ending up with Forex's end. You've got the, to be honest, Hawk's thing mostly just does its own thing. You've got the Imperial Fist thing going on in their librarian and the sort of face-off that happens later on with the Corn Demon thing. You've got the Sorcerer and how that entwines with the Admech stuff. I don't know.
But do we need them all?
No, probably not. But
all I'm going to say
it
is that you guys wake me up when we get to the bit where a demon uses Honsu to spawn or something. I don't know what the fuck happened there.
I don't... huh? Okay, hang on a second. Let's figure out what you're talking about later on.
Well,
so here,
I don't know. Whenever we get to that bit where like some demon channels itself through Hanzu, and then the Warsmith afterwards is like, "Oh, you were touched by the demon. I like you now." And then we have and then Hanzu's nothing really comes of that as far as I can tell.
so I think two things happen at once here, because the secret plan thing is like, yeah, they have multiple things going on at once. So one is Hawk reaches this missile silo, and he gets in there and he.
Oh, hold on. We have to specifically. This is a ground-to-space torpedo silo.
Yes. And he is sent in there and has to hook something in so that the guy on the box can reprogram the missile. And as this is happening, the tracker catches up. Hawk barely gets out alive, like crawling through a vent, leaving this Space Marine tracker stuck in a room with a missile that's taking off, which is bad for his well-being.
Yep.
So Hawk gets out. It shows him getting out, and then later on they're like, "Damn, we haven't heard from Hawk. I guess he died." Then we never hear from Hawk again until the very end of the book. And I think at the same time we have the thing going on with the saboteurs in the trenches. So all of the guys.
So with the Hawk timeline first, before because you just described the entire thing in regards to, and then they actually fire the torpedo and stuff.
Yep.
So all of this plan originally, doesn't it come from the AdMech guy?
No, it comes from a source that is not. They don't say who's come up with the plan. That is left ambiguous, and we find out who it is in a short bit. Related.
Isn't he talking to the AdMech guy?
No, the AdMech guy is doing this bit. Like, he's talking through the missile shit with Hawk, but it's not his. Like, the overall plan isn't his.
Yeah. Okay. So I just remember this bit because then Hawk gets the I guess the unpleasant surprise that the torpedo is targeted at the building he is in.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't it? Or was it next door or something? Where the fuck were they shooting this? Because they just blow up their own people.
At Tor Cristo, which is where Forex was. So Forex is just like panicking, like seeing what's going on. He goes, "Holy fucking shit, get the void shields up." And they get the void shields up, and basically everything around Tor Cristo gets obliterated except for like the core keep structure itself.
Yes,
Forex running and screaming, "Get the fucking void shield up!" Like it's just.
I remember now.
After like initially seeing the missile going up and being like, "Huh, I wonder what that's doing."
Yeah.
So something really interesting, and this is another 40k fucking. I say interesting. This is not remotely interesting, actually. This is just another 40k fucking numbers bullshit thing. The torpedo is described as coming out of the sky at over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Which sounds really fast until you consider that is not even the speed of sound. So this thing wasn't even going Mach 1, coming down out of fucking space.
Lazily floating down.
It's very, very fucking slow in terms of missiles. I mean, it would make sense if it's a torpedo, I guess, but what the fuck? It's still falling out of space.
It wouldn't make sense if it was a torpedo, because even torpedoes in the sea go faster than that these days.
No, well, I don't think they do.
No, supercavitators, they surround themselves in a bubble foam that allows them to travel at like over Mach 1 actually underwater.
Huh.
Wow, I mean that's pretty fucking fast. I didn't realize that was a thing.
I mean, it's horribly slow when you say that thing for the fact that a V2 rocket, the most primitive form of ballistic missile ever invented, when they landed on London, they were traveling at Mach 3.
The other thing that happens at the same time as all of this is the attack on the trenches from the what's it called? From the guardsmen who actually go in there into the trench. So
yeah, you missed a fantastic. Hold on. You missed a line from Hawk when he's trying to fire the torpedo. That was just fucking incredible.
Oh, okay, give me that line.
So he's trying to fucking get this torpedo to fire. He presses all the buttons. He sets up all the system just like the AdMech told him to. Presses the button. Nothing happens.
Oh no, that's
then
right.
He screams.
He's sitting here like, shit. What button do I need to press? The AdMech guy's like about to tell him which button, and then he loses the fucking comms because the tracker's gone there. So he just smashes everything, right? Yeah.
He just so he smashes one of the buttons, and then he's just like screaming fucking insults at this gun.
He smashes all of the buttons.
Okay. I don't remember exactly how many buttons. The bit I like though is just the fact that he starts like swearing and screaming at this gun, and then it just like fires. It just randomly fires, and it just launches the torpedo up in the air, and he's just like, the rite of awakening. or the chant of firing or some bullshit. I'm just like, oh god. Okay. Okay, fair enough, Hawk.
So it starts firing, and then he gets out
AdMech.
of there before he gets melted like the tracker does.
Yeah, he's a bona fide AdMech. So worth noting about this torpedo as well is that it's mentioned to have the power of the sun. So I assume, is this a nuclear weapon or something? Because this is supposed to be designed to take out ships, I guess.
Yeah.
You don't often see nukes.
I think it is nuclear warheads they use in space in 40k. I think it is.
I'm pretty sure, torpedoes in the way they describe Battlefleet Gothic, and this is one of those, is they have a plasma propulsion system that also doubles as a warhead. So it's a pure fusion warhead, not exactly a nuclear weapon, because even thermonuclear weapons are not pure fusion. They're a fission weapon that then activates a fusion explosion.
It's technically a nuclear warhead.
I learned that from Oppenheimer. Go see it now.
I haven't seen it yet. It sounds good. But yeah, I assume, as you said, it's not triggered by a fission one. They just go straight to fusion.
It's a nuclear warhead, but not of a kind that we would recognize.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
It's literally the power of the sun, I guess. Okay, that works. That works for me. I was just interested because I didn't know how much nukes. We don't often see nukes described in 40k.
So meanwhile, the guards who are holed up in Hydrocodatus are in the keep are leaving and going down to be saboteurs in the trenches, the other side of this like master plan. They get in the trenches and start fighting, and this is when we find out who made this plan, as it is revealed that the Imperial Fists are not on their way, they are here. So it's here in these trenches is the first time we see Imperial Fists.
They are here!
And they start freeing the demon, like attacking and like sabotaging the demon engines, at which point demons start breaking loose. And here is where we do find out what it looks like when a demon engine attacks somebody in close combat, as they start to like psychically turn people inside out.
Oh man.
An Imperial Fist librarian helps with this. I wanted to comment on this. I think it describes him as just having a blue shoulder. Librarians are typically in full blue, aren't they?
It does depend on the chapter. But yeah, Imperial Fist librarians are normally all blue. But,
but he can't give up that yellow armor. Sorry, go on,
I'm not too sure.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, so apparently librarians are all blue because for photo shoots for the models, they'd only painted ultramarine librarians. Realised too late to actually go paint some whole models, so just painted the pauldrons of the chapter symbols differently, and that's why librarians are blue, allegedly.
Because they were all secretly ultramarines.
This is the other kind of decision that isn't a business decision or a what's it called decision. It's a just do whatever the fuck works. Decision.
Spur of the moment.
The damage control decision.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So yeah, here we have like the fighting in the trenches. Demons breaking out, turning people inside out, but librarians are holding them under control, and this is the point where all of this is happening, where Fox is like, they're attacking our trenches. I'm up here in Tor Cristo. There appears to be a torpedo going up from that silo. I wonder where that's going. And then, oh no, get the void shields on, lads.
Oh no, it's going right here. Yeah.
Fox has been like, a lot of this, he's just kind of been on the sidelines observing things. We've had like, it's been really impressed on us how he is like the ultimate logistics guy. He's sitting here with like precision timing, like to the minute of when different ships are going to land, disembark, get the fuck out of the way, and so on. And it's just like he has masterminded all of this, all of the actual logistics of everything going on.
Well, Forex feels like he's like the backbone of this Imperial attack, because there's this fucking Iron Warriors attack, because earlier on as well, when you're as you mentioned, when they're bringing down all the Titans, all the vehicles and everything like that, it's like he's the controller who's sitting in the middle of all of this absolute fucking chaos, doing administrative logistics work, which any administratum would fucking like explode seeing. It seems like he masterminds everything, as you said,
and it feels like it does a really good job of like selling this to us.
And I guess shows a level of the experience that comes with being like 11,000 years old or whatever that he actually is. I assume that he's one of the originals.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so like being that fucking old and having that much experience launching sieges and logistics and side of things, like truly, you actually get that sense of this character. So I like that. That's good.
And we get this whole.
When do we get that
here.
Scene? So go on.
I think just about the only things unscathed, like in the forward camps by the torpedo of Forex's lads in the Void Shield in Tor Cristo and the Titan, which has its own Void Shield.
Doesn't one of the Titans? Yeah, one of them survives and the others all fall over or something.
Probably. Sounds about right.
When do we get that scene with the commander who keeps handing that guy sticks to snap?
Oh, that's later.
Because that fucking kills me.
That's soon, I think, though. I think, when does Vauban duel Honsu? Is that here in the trenches? I think it might be.
Are we not skipping Forex fighting in the trenches here?
Forex wasn't fighting in the trenches here. He was on Tor Cristo watching all of this happening.
Oh, okay,
watching going like, oh no, torpedo.
Right.
I think Vauban fights Honsu here and dies. And he does get to be buried in the sepulchre in the ossuary, where he'd been like, he'd been morosely looking at this ossuary with this really peculiar symbol thing on the ground, which will definitely come up later, and thinking about how he would probably never get to be buried here like everybody else, but it turns out he does get his wish. He does get buried here. And then I think we get a war room scene with the Leonid, who is now the Castellan, and the Imperial Fists.
Right? Snapping the sticks.
Yeah, he's like, everybody give me your... Is it the swords? Or is it a cane? Or it's the officer's canes or something? What is it?
Yeah, he just starts handing him
like give me your
canes,
canes.
I think it is, yeah.
And he just like breaks someone's cane, breaks another. I think he tells Leonid to break the canes.
Yeah, he's demanding the other guy does it over and over again, and the guy's just like, I guess?
And then
he just
he
keeps taking this.
Gives them like all of them together and goes, now break this mighty bundle of sticks. Like,
He makes a bundle of sticks, and he's like, this is now unbreakable.
You know what's kind of hilarious? He never actually used the name for that, because I don't think he could have got away with it.
I was thinking it too.
Yeah. But of course, why the hell is it that Martin Prince from The Simpsons is allowed to call it a faggot, but McNeil's not allowed to have?
What is it? Yeah,
call it a faggot?
I was thinking it's the what is the line? It's like, but together we are a mighty faggot, or something like that.
Yes, it's the line in The Simpsons.
I just couldn't that was absolutely in my head when I read this scene. It's like, that's unfortunate.
Well, of course, because the most
this extremely
famous use
basic
of it is in The Simpsons.
This extremely basic, almost like patronizing, you're speaking to them like children, teaching them a lesson thing, is somehow undercut by a Simpsons joke.
The weird aspect of that concept of like strength through unity being shown as like a bundle of sticks like that is strange if you look at like different cultures. For example, that is the symbol in Italy of fascism. That's
where the name comes from.
Yeah, and then
as well as being called a faggot, it's more so called a feshies. Feshies.
And then in if you look at America, on the other hand, it's actually just being a regular. It's just standardly being used as a symbol of unity. It's actually, if you look at Lincoln's memorial, he is sitting on a throne, and the two sides of the throne are a bundle of sticks on either side, which I got to see recently, which was cool.
Fair enough.
But it's just a interesting concept that turns up a bunch as like an example of unity.
Here's a really fun example of that. During World War II, to fill in anti-tank ditches and cross trenches, and World War I as well, they had Fascine tanks, which had what was known as a Fascine, which is a really, really large version of that they would drop into a trench to allow the tank to cross it.
I have seen those fucking things. That's pretty cool, actually. I didn't realize that was actually like a designated tank name.
That's another thing about the story. Why, if the Iron Warriors are experts at sieges, why don't they have their own vehicles drop Fascines into the trenches and allow them to cross more easily?
Well, to be fair, the other one's digging the trenches.
Yeah, and they never really seem to have issues with trenches getting in the way of their shit, do they? I feel like.
Well, the thing is that these people are like, if they were following their method of siege warfare, then they would have taken Hydrocaudatus relatively quickly. But because I get a disarray and they just have level a giant hole in the wall, and they probably have stormed it in like a few days. But of course, McNeill's wants to make them look cool, and he wants to show he's read the works of Vauban. So instead of acting logically or acting in any way to make sense, they do this long, convoluted, and slow siege in order to give him time to faff around and show off all these characters doing shit.
And also, like, if you get to describe, like, an actual method of war, like, in the way that he's done, it does help, like, I know, it sells the competency of it, as we said earlier. Like, now...
Well, it sells the competency because Vauban is a far more competent person than McNeill. McNeill is not as intelligent.
And Vauban would have been using, like, actual terminology, which he does, and which is twins up all the time throughout this book with all the parallels and stuff. You always hear people talk about like various different parallels when you're talking about the Korean War as well, because it happened on a very vertical landscape, I guess, and it's very easy to describe situations based on parallel lines. But in the siege warfare that we see here, it's effective to describe, I guess. Yeah. You want your trenches parallel to the walls. Although in this, it also goes into details of like we're digging slightly at a shallower angle, and the closer we get to the wall, the more shallow the angle has to be. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I could show you the actual illustrations from Vauban's book that he's clearly borrowing for that.
So during all of this, I think the next... Oh yeah, we also get I think when the Imperial, in that like war room scene, we also get we get some monologuing about the Iron Warriors from the Imperial Fists, talking about them as like the ancient enemy, which the way they're talking about it felt a little bit, I want to say weird in terms of like the vibe of it compared to modern treatment of chaos, but it felt very in line with the way King's been treating chaos, if that makes sense.
I didn't get the sense that it was the ancient enemy in terms of chaos. I got the sense that it was the ancient enemy in terms of Iron Warriors specifically.
Yeah, sure. But like still, like the way he's describing them, it felt more like King's chaos rather than Abnett's chaos, right? Just in terms of like...
It did feel...
Yeah. Very old school.
Very strange the fact that they explained the heresy to these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of lore dumping and history and stuff from the Imperial Fist when they turned up. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like one or two things happen here before the next stage in the siege, which involves the tunneling under a wall, right? Because now that the Imperial Fists are there, they got to start using advanced tactics like tunneling under walls.
Yes.
Presented. So, but before
they start doing pretty much everything they can possibly do, don't they, to go under? Like they go for like the triple, quadruple prong attack.
But before this, we have here's where Lorana gives into the armor, and we have like some fun, weird things going on. Like, oh, he was a bit horny here, wasn't he? Like her sucking the blood off the fingers of the armor, and we have this and we have this line. Her last act as a human being was to scream, as for one terrifying instant she realized the scale of the mistake she had just made.
But then at the same time, it also describes how she realizes that, like, a deep part of her or something wants this to happen.
And she hates that as well.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like, I don't know. I just didn't like this entire thing in general, though. It seemed very strange, and it didn't happen. Nothing really came of it, though.
That weird shit.
I was kind of interested to know whether this will be used in the future, though, because he creates an entity here.
Oh, he hasn't.
In like the avatar of Khorne here, whatever this is going to do.
Avatar of Khorne, but yeah,
an avatar of Khorne. Okay,
I mean, Honshu like has like some foreshadowing line where it's like where it says something about, but little did he know, blah blah blah, or something.
Yeah, anyway. It's some stupid bullshit like that. But it's set up as if this is actually going to be important, and it's not important to this story. Which, to me, that's kind of a mistake. Like you don't set up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's this whole thing here. It serves
the most important thing about that entire plot line is that it kills whatever the fuck his name is.
It serves as like the climax of Kroger's arc, and then has like a very strange, cool scene that ends up like being like an unsettling event in the siege on the whole. But yeah,
otherwise it does literally nothing for this story specifically.
That's fine.
I will admit, like, you know, if he's setting up for something else, sure, but like, it should have mattered to the story in some way.
I don't know. I think like Kroger's arc and just having like this weird shit going on, and it did matter because
What arc?
Kroger's
He was an angry fucking boy, and then he just died.
Kroger's branch of the attack ended up like not happening, and Kroger was also set up as like the rival of Honsu.
I thought it did happen. It just happened because like the Imperial Guard woman just did it instead.
We'll come to that in a short bit, yeah. But the other thing that happens here is we finally get the secret of what's going on as Forex decides, fuck you, sorcerer. Why are Imperial Fists here? What have you been hiding from us? And just basically, like, shakes him upside down for his lunch money until he tells him about seed.
Yeah. This is the scene that happens just after Forex kills like dozens and dozens and dozens.
Just before.
Oh, is it just before this?
The next thing that happens is Forex kills at least 12 Space Marines. I went back and counted. It's at least 12 Space Marines he just kills.
Yeah, he just murders them all, and they die so easily.
So Terminator armor is like basically in close confines where you've got like cramped conditions where you don't really have room to hide. You're stuck in tunnel fighting, and you're going to be getting hit, or like in boarding actions on ships. Terminator armor is like this incredibly powerful asset, and he's sat here in a tunnel in Terminator armor with like people coming in after him. And yeah, he kills 12 Space Marines before the reinforcements come in, suffering damage.
The reason that he beats them all, though, the reason he beats them all is simply because his bullets go through their armor, and their bullets don't go through his armor.
Basically,
there wasn't really much more to it.
I mean, it kind of some of them do, but yeah, like that is Terminator armor. Terminator armor is not just like different shaped regular armor. Terminator armor is also called tactical dreadnought armor.
I see.
Yeah, it is. You do not want to be facing down a Terminator in a tunnel.
I assume it's rare. It must be rare.
Yes.
Otherwise everybody would be wearing Terminator armor.
Yeah.
Though I think they say that Forex leads 30 Terminators, which is a silly amount of Terminators.
It is a silly amount of Terminators, but they have like we did have it earlier that the Warsmith has pulled several different companies of Iron Warriors together here, so
and put them all into Forex.
I think that was his personal retinue with 30.
Yeah, they wouldn't put all the Terminators under him.
Fair enough. I mean, frankly, like it feels on brand for Forex.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Also, this is
I have a note here.
Go on.
I have a note here from when he has to leave the tunnel. He has to evacuate the tunnel because it's getting flooded with a tidal wave of shite.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's actually worried about killing him.
Well, he's everybody else is having to evacuate, and he's just like, I don't want to get like pulled away by this. So he just like grabs a corner where he can hold on until the tide passes.
He's like, I don't want to get my rare Terminator armor covered in shit. I'm not going to stay here.
I suppose not. But then he fights, and I think there's also like a gas attack, and he's like, oh, that's fine. This void suit is impervious. And then this is like impervious to like the void. It's fine for this. And then when there's a leak, he's like, oh, shit. I gotta deal with like suffering. I live because I'm a space marine, but fuck.
I'm gonna fucking now that they've blown holes in my armor with the fucking thing. There's leaks everywhere.
There's something earlier on that was said with an Imperial Fist talking in the war room. He was like, I know I can't be killed because I'm a space marine. I have this confidence. And all the guard are just like, wow, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And he's honouring us with his presence. Here, then, Forex kills 12 Imperial Fists. And then he suffers damage to his primary heart, almost dies himself in the process. It's like a great contrast against the Imperial Fist's like show of confidence for the guard.
Yeah, and they get absolutely massacred. Yeah, I thought this bit specifically was kind of funny in that regard.
It's properly, yeah. He almost dies, but he definitely racks up a good tally in there.
When they started describing that they dug a tunnel into their tunnel that was also routed to their fucking latrines with all the shit coming into the tunnel, I was sitting there thinking, when James mentioned that this is from an actual like siege doctrine or something, I was saying like, I'm sure this happened in real life. This happened probably. This sounds exactly like the sort of thing that people would do in real life.
Yeah, I was thinking that already before learning that. I was like, this is just shit that happened in the Middle Ages or something.
But I remember the Romans. The Romans used to have like proper fucking tunnel battles where, like, with the Greeks, where you dig a tunnel and then the other faction would dig a tunnel over it, and then they'd start a fire, like, and pump and push all the smoke into your tunnel, like all sorts of stupid shit like that. So just after this, I think, is where we actually also see a scene where this is the famous halberd scene that I've been alluding to,
I think
where a bunch of oh, okay,
which is the sorcerer, the warsmith finally has enough of the sorcerer, and it's like, you need to tell me the truth. The sorcerer doesn't tell him the truth, and he's like, well, okay, either way, I don't care, and just turns him into a fucking chaos spawn, just like a puddle of like a sentient puddle of flesh on the floor.
A sentient puddle of flesh. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good
doesn't become a puddle of tits and ass.
No, he's not. It's not legend.
What?
It's not legend. It's Faust.
Oh, is that Faust? Oh, wait, is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's the one
Legends
with
Legends the one with Tim Curry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tit
okay.
puddle.
Now,
yeah.
I've got to take us back because there's something I was meant to mention and completely forgot.
Okay.
So after the torpedo hit, you'd expect it to have some kind of effect, right?
Some lasting.
But it doesn't really
consequence.
matter.
No, it
The
doesn't.
torpedo doesn't change anything. And that's because McNeill is following Vauban's sketchbook page by page.
And in
the
Vauban's
next
manual,
thing
no
has to
torpedo
happen.
hit the front camp.
Yeah, so the torpedo, he says, "Oh, we've lost all of these assets," but in
And then they just
practice,
continue on
it was
business as usual.
pointless. Yeah,
The only
which
thing
is
they
the
lose
problem
is
this book has. This book is railroaded to hell. The Iron Warriors win because they were always going to win from the moment this book began, because that's how the manual works. In Vauban's manual, the French can't lose a siege because he's laying out how they win it. So the Iron Warriors were never in any danger of losing, and it kind of removes the dramatic tension.
Well, I mean, that's
Upon
always been the
rereading
case,
it.
though, right? You read this book, you know the Iron Warriors are going to win. It's just a question of what's
Well,
the
I
journey
didn't
to get
know
there.
Iron Warriors were going to win when I first read it, actually, but that was back in 2003.
Yeah, I mean, especially when they mentioned that it was like a giant repository for gene seed, I was sitting there thinking, well, I guess they must not get away with this, because that seems like a huge fucking win for the Iron
Yes.
Warriors
Yeah,
in a
if
way.
the Iron Warriors take all this gene seed, then the Imperium has basically lost the Long War. I mean, they've lost half of all their gene seed. They can't make Space Marines very well for a while.
I mean, I think
Wouldn't
it's
you see a major tipping point?
I think it's shortly after this next battle is when it's revealed that Hydra Cordatus is one of the only two places where gene seed is like created and stored, and
Yes.
that's like, we've said this a lot, but once again we have very high stakes. All of these early 40k books have really high stakes, right? Except for like maybe like the first two Space Wolf books, but like.
Well,
you
I'd
have
say
like
that
your
the Once Ghost books don't
the Men of
have-
Iron.
well,
You've got the Men of
the
Iron.
Men of Iron is the
Yeah.
only one, really. The rest of it is this is a local military campaign,
Okay,
and it's
fair.
not going to change the Imperium.
But you've had the Men of
That is the
Iron.
biggest of fucking stakes, though.
Well, you had the Men of Iron there. You had like the Space Wolf books have like this whole thing about like the Thousand Sons whole legion is going to return. Maybe you had the Last Chances ones where they were actually like really low stakes, but they kept blathering on about how the entire Imperium is going to be demoralized if this general doesn't get assassinated cleanly in this one hive in Armageddon.
If this one fucking hive city falls, the entire Imperium will be demoralized and lose.
Yeah. You have the
Oh my god.
Eisenhorn books have got pretty high stakes as well. Sometimes in the reverse direction, it seems, where they accidentally fuck everything up, unbeknownst to them at the time. You've got the and then Farseer is a whole setting up a war between the Imperium and the Eldars, where like one's going to get wiped out. And the
Eldar will use the weapons of mass destruction that
Yes.
they've been hiding to destroy the
Yeah.
Imperium. Yeah.
all of these things, like the stakes in all these books have been really high. And then this one here, again, we have really high stakes, like half the Imperium
We don't know, though.
seed production.
Yeah.
they
We don't
tell
realize
us.
until the end.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they introduce it like halfway, in much the same way Armageddon Saint does. Not Armageddon Saint. I'm just thinking Armageddon.
I'll say this is a lot
Annihilation
more than
Squad.
halfway through. This is where we find out, just after this fight is where we find out about the gene seed, and this is like towards the end of the book now.
Sure. So we get this here. Also, this is unless you count that Eisenhorn thing, this is one of the only ones where we are presented with these stakes, and especially narratively, even if you include the Eisenhorn one, narratively, the Imperium just loses. The Chaos just gets the fucking win. The Chaos Force just gets the win, and it is quite a big win. It's one of the biggest Chaos wins in any novel, I think.
Yeah, like I thought it was infeasible that the story went like that, just because it seemed too much of a chaos bias for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how would they recover from that?
Yeah, this all happens. I think just before we find out about that, we have got the. Well, actually, that's a point. Something else happens here we missed, because the sorcerer does one other thing before he dies. Or he has this other little arc going on before he dies with the Admech guy. So the Admech guy who was captured, it turns out he is being corrupted with the Obliterator virus. The Technovirus, the thing that makes obliterators. If you're not familiar with obliterators...
Yeah, I had no idea what this was.
You should, because you played Dawn of War.
Yeah, I know. In Dawn of War, they were basically Terminators for the Chaos.
They were...
that was my experience with them.
So, in 40k lore, obliterators, think bigger than Terminators. And, they are basically humans possessed by demons, but also, I guess you'd call it scrap code now. It is a chaos technovirus which is mutating their form to be like a meld of machine and man. So that is what makes obliterators. It is space marines who have been subjected to the technovirus.
Okay. And do they have to be in Terminator armor first, or do they just?
I don't know. I don't think this has gone into that much detail. I could be wrong. Does anyone know?
I think it tends to be the veterans and that, so they just tended to be the guys in Terminator armor already. They're the only ones that get chosen to become obliterators, I think.
Fair enough. So they give this treatment to the Admech guy, who turns into a hulking monstrosity because of it, and the sorcerer then takes him to a place that he's found where he's like, yeah, this is supposed to be here, right? Let's keep looking, and his obliterator Admech friend finds the hatch, they go in, and we have a room described which is really familiar, eerily similar to a room described earlier. And he steps on this golden plate in the middle of a room, and they do some hocus pocus, and it teleports him into the ossuary, the sepulture of the inside Hydra Caudatus.
This is where the guy is pressing the on button repeatedly to keep the shield on, right?
Well, this is first into the sepulture where the guy had been buried. And then the Admech traitor guy, Nason, I think it is, the guy who's been really sketchy, comes and basically collects him from the sepulture and is like, good, you're here. And then they head off to find the guy who was pressing the buttons. So
I mean, the crazy thing is, right, is I must have really been losing the plot at this point, because I barely remember any of what you just said. It was so fucking, I had no idea what was happening.
Okay. Well,
it was surprisingly glanced over quite quick.
It happens.
A book that goes into a lot of details. It was quite quick.
It comes back to this Admech guy once or twice, and then it's like, oh, now they're finding this platform. And then it sort of pulls it into the story again. And then the sorcerer's use is done and he gets turned into a puddle of flesh. So, next there's the 3 simultaneous attacks on the fortress to be the final assault. So you've got one of them, which is Honsu's one, which just on the left flank, which just succeeds. He does it. Good job, Honsu. I think this is one where first they throw loads of men at the wall and you have halberds.
Yeah, so I think it's after that attack where you have the halberds, or as I described, long-bladed poleaxes, which feels like effectively a type of halberd.
Yeah.
You also have one scene is described as there's a huge fat man just murdering a bunch of people somewhere, and I had no idea who this fucking huge fat guy was.
And it just sounds like just some hulked out cultist.
Yeah, it was just some huge fat guy.
I have no idea why he did that as well. Yeah. I was thinking, is that a marine out of armor? Is that Kroger back again somehow?
I have no idea who it was.
It's just some hulked out cultist coming up the slope.
I thought maybe it was the character I'd forgotten or something. It was just
I was like, ooh, who's this? No. Yeah, I got the same vibe.
This is the one where after all of this bullshit, some guy is going through the tally of the dead, and he's like, oh yeah, we lost 180 guys. This was the biggest disaster of the entire war. I'm just like, wait, what? You just lost like thousands of people in the first fucking salvo from the Iron Warriors. How is this a fucking terrible fight?
Oh, this is like while this is going on, while they're doing like their attacks to prepare, the Warsmiths being all like, guys, hurry the fuck up. This needs to happen faster than it is happening. And everybody's like, why? Can't we just do this properly? And it turns out it's because he needs to get this done so he can ascend before the Imperial Fists show up.
And it was actually that part as well that made me think that this wasn't going to happen, because that seems like huge fucking stakes. Yeah, the time pressure, but also like the Warsmith being like, I'm going to do this because then I'm going to become a Demon Prince. And I was like, well, that seems unlikely too. So probably they're going to lose here. It's just like
a guy.
It seemed like a really weird thing for
that crazy stakes.
Well, to me, I know the Demon Princes as like Primarchs. The Primarchs became Demon Princes, and I'm just sitting there going, "Is this Warsmith going to become a Demon Prince?" That seems a bit.
Demon Primarchs are like a step above most Demon Princes, to be fair. But yeah, it would still be a very strange way to end the book, and yet,
especially recently. I mean,
here's a fun thing. He becomes a Demon Prince and is never seen again.
Well, this is kind of what
never seen him in anything else.
This is what
he becomes a Demon Prince and just that's it. He's gone.
That's what happens.
He never returns to fight the Imperium. He never returns in any other book. He's gone.
But that's what happens to a lot of Demon Princes. Is now they've gotten what they want. They're now part of they're now a demon, and these mortal concerns are now below them. That's what happened. It happened to Fulgrim. Yeah. Fulgrim was like, I'm now after the heresy, he just fucks off and just does whatever.
And then it's also the thing that he becomes a Demon Prince of Chaos Undivided, and then they retcon that out from being a thing.
I mean, there's at least 3 Demon Princes of Chaos Undivided, but yeah.
And they've made it really rare, really hard to become a Demon Prince of Chaos Undivided these days.
Yeah. This was one of the questions I wanted to bring up later on when we talked about his ascension, though, as well, because if you ascend all of your very, very, very high achieving people on your side, and once they're ascended, they no longer do anything, and they can no longer even enter the material world most of the time.
I can answer your question. Yes, Chaos Space Marines suffer heavily under the Pewter Principle. Yeah,
it just seems like a really bad strategy.
It's like office management.
Yeah.
We also get to see just before the assault, the Warsmith has some words for Forex, Honsu, and Kroger, where he's like, Honsu, this is going to be do or die. It's going to be close for you. Maybe you'll live. And he said something to Kroger, I can't remember what it was, but it just feels completely inappropriate, given that he must know it's not Kroger in that armor. And he said something vaguely hopeful to Forex, I think, about... Is it something about him getting his mojo back?
I mean, at this point, the Warsmith... You talking about the Warsmith, wasn't he there?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, the Warsmith is all over fucking Honsu. He's fallen in love with this guy for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason being is that he had that weird moment with the demon ascension,
when
channeling through him or something.
Yes, when the demon engines were breaking, demons were breaking out of a demon engine, he channeled one briefly. And
I couldn't figure out what the fuck even happened there. I thought it a demon had just used him as a fucking stepping stone or something to
I think basically that was what was happening, and it was going to kill him if it hadn't been banished by the librarian doing something right.
I don't remember that bit, but I just remember this entire scene was a bit confusing.
And mopes about a bit after man, I wish I could keep happening, even though I know it would kill me. I still want it. It's all right.
Yeah, and then the Warsmith at that point, after basically spending the first half of the book, everybody is just like, Honsu, you fucking half-breed, traitorous scum, or whatever it is. And then 5 seconds later, the Warsmith is all over this guy, and he's like, you were touched by the demon, it was amazing.
You've been chosen or something, and you passed the test here. Fox has also been growing begrudgingly admiring of him over the course of it for actual you're doing a good job at this, Honsu. Wow.
Yeah, especially in comparison to Kroger.
Poor Kroger. So he gives these little prepared he imparts some wisdom on the 3 commanders, and they go off and attack on their 3 different assaults.
It felt so fucking jarring though. The Warsmith basically just stops the plot and has a little fucking speech for each of his commanders.
Yeah, a little more monologue.
It was fucking weird, especially since he's basically half fucking beetle at this point.
It felt like E.T. going home or something.
So they have their three assaults. Honsu succeeds in his assault, and heads up to support Forex. Forex is succeeding until a Titan appears at the other side, and Kroger.
Who was it who grabs the leg of the Titan and then starts trying to drag it?
We'll get to that in a moment. Okay, Kroger has a horrific scene. The Kroger, the Avatar of Khorne. I have a line written down here. The Avatar pistoned its fist through the skull of the screaming soldier, gripping his uniform jacket and hauling him upwards to allow the jetting spray of blood to drench its gleaming armor. The blood hissed as it landed, seeping within the armor with a monstrous suckling noise. Oh.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so this Avatar of Khorne, though, at this point,
it's having fun.
Yeah, it's having fun, and this is why I was expecting it to be relevant to the plot, because it's still here, and he makes a big deal about describing things it's doing, and it's like, okay, it's just doing Khorne things, though.
Yeah, it's the horrific shit. This is showcasing the horrific shit that can go on the Chaos side.
But to be fair, this is nothing that Kroger wouldn't have done himself.
I mean, yeah, he was kind of doing things like that before, yeah, which almost makes you think there's more of the armor going on with Kroger before than we realized.
Maybe, yeah.
We have the Psyker show up, and it's they're paired off in this poetic battle, except the Psyker's doomed to fail because this is a fucking Avatar of Khorne, the Bane of Psykers, who then just immediately is fuck you. He does some sort of blood whirlwind. He just sucks the blood out of everything around. You will die. And then it's alright, I'm done here. Cuts a void hole out there and just hops out.
Just fucking leaves, yeah.
So Kroger's side succeeds, but it's there's no... They succeed in that they defeat everybody there, but they don't succeed in that there aren't any reinforcements coming. Kroger has not broken through with the Iron Warriors and come to support Forex. Kroger has not been Kroger. The Avatar of Khorne has just drained the blood out of everything on that battlefield, killed everything, and then disappeared. So they're all something has happened over there. And there's just this almost there's this recognition that's something eerie is going on, and we're just not gonna worry about it because at least we don't have the Imperial fists coming from over there.
I realize the answer is that Khorne simply just doesn't give a fuck. But you think at this point, since that Avatar of Khorne seems to be the most powerful thing on that battlefield right now, it does seem a bit strange that it's just I'll kill a few people and then I'm just going to yeet myself into the warp somewhere.
I have somewhere to be. I have somewhere to be right now.
That's all for me, folks. And just opens a fucking portal and just leaps through. Okay, fine, bye. Yeah. I was expecting it to go somewhere, but it's just gone. It doesn't come back. Okay. Also, that bit you were talking about with the Psyker.
Yes.
He doesn't he literally shout at the Psyker?
You idiot!
Something
I'm the Bane of Psykers.
Yeah, Khorne is the Bane of Psykers, and it just runs at him.
Yes.
Is that a thing? Is Khorne specifically anti-Psyker?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Is that because they don't think?
Which then becomes fucking hilarious when multiple Psykers fall to Khorne in the Dawn of War games.
Yeah, only the Psykers, only the librarians.
Wait, I don't remember that.
That's Dawn of War 2. Wait, didn't they fall to Chaos in general? Not Khorne.
No,
but there is the Khorne sorcerer.
Librarian, the chapter master of the Blood Ravens, who is also a chief librarian, explicitly falls to Khorne.
Okay. Yeah, the Dawn of War. You also have the sorcerer in the first game, who is all about Khorne.
Oh yeah, they were all Khorne is the chaos god of the first game because you can fight a bloodthirst, don't you? So
yeah, you get berserkers and so on. Yep.
Okay, who the fuck is the worm? Why do I have a note here that says, "Oh my fucking god, it's a worm man"?
That would be Niacin. Niacin? I don't know how you pronounce his name. The
I was reading it as Niacin. You know, the B vitamin.
Right, Niacin. So vitamin B.
That's how I think it's spelled differently, but
probably. But yeah, okay. So Niacin here is the AdMech guy who's being really sketchy.
He has a sphincter for a face.
Yeah, he's the guy who's being really sketchy.
He literally has
was doing all the shit behind the scenes with the man who pushes buttons, convinced him to do the tunnel blow earlier, and was lying to the guys up top and being maybe we need to get rid of the guy pushing buttons. he seems like he's going a bit senile, all that sort of thing. And he comes.
To be fair, he did seem like he was going a bit senile.
He did. Very easy sort of push to make, although it didn't actually happen. And then he went and got the went and picked up the guy from the Sepulchre, the Obliterator virus admech guy, and was like, "Come on, we're going to go have some fun in the server room."
Yeah. But yeah, that's the guy with the sphincter for a face?
Yeah, because it's revealed there, like right at the end, they're like, "What? You're betraying us?" And then he just goes, "Haha," and takes off his mask, and it's just like a horrific mutant. And they're like, "Oh,
he's just worms." Yeah, he's just worms.
The Imperial Fist just like screams mutant at him and starts shooting.
Yeah, and this is I think it's here, right? I think this is the point where we actually find out that this is a gene seed manufactory.
Yeah, that's right. And they have a little shootout here where they inevitably lose because the Obliterator virus admech guy is like, what are you going to do about this fucking guy walking up and taking over? I think they step in just as they are killing the Mr. Machine and throwing his brain on the floor, and then the Obliterator guy, after shooting them a bit, goes, "Alright, fuck this, they're not hurting me," and just hooks into the machine and locks them out.
There's also a lot of really, I don't know, somewhat strange uses of the word gene seed in lines around this area. Like one line, the admech guy I think screams at the Imperial Fist, "When the despoiler has your gene seed," some bullshit like that. And there's another line I think later on which particularly amused me, which was the Warsmith screams at an Imperial Fist guy. He's like, "I will devour your gene seed." Some bullshit. "I will gorge myself on your gene seed," which he does. It's just oh god, I don't know. I couldn't take it.
So at this point, all the fucking shields are off, and the war like proper progresses. I don't remember how they actually got past the Titan at the wall. Is that the Dice Array showing up? Yeah, the Dice Array shows up, and
no, he just fucking wrestles it. He just fucking has a wrestling match with the Titan.
Yeah, the Dice Array shows up to deal with the Titan that is in Forex's way, and then the Titan defeats the Dice Array.
No. Right? Fucking Forex has a wrestling match with the Titan.
That's after.
Oh, okay. What you mean after the Titan beats?
There's there's the Titan defeats. I think they like go out in like a mutual suicide, like a murder. He murder-suicides the Dice Array. He just goes, "Fuck it, we're both going down," and takes it out. So then there's just the two Warhand Titans left, including the one Forex had earlier, like locked eyes with and being like, "I'm gonna fuck you up." This happened in that first battle with the tank charge. Forex was like, "I'm gonna fuck this Warhand Titan up," and then it ran off.
I just like the fact that there's this just regular Space Marine is just like, "Oh yeah, that Warhand Titan over there, me and him, we're going at it 1v1,
so
1-on-1, mate."
Fucking Forex. So now with the shields off, we get 42 screaming dreadnoughts.
We say he's a badass, but then he spends like 5 minutes of the book humping the Titan's leg while the Titan just like sort of just staggers around.
Well, that's
and eventually it does kind of work, but
we'll get to that.
He does fucking drag the thing down. He does do it.
He does do it, which is crazy.
First, shields go down, and we have like Titans being used as siege towers. Here we fucking go. We have a description of 42 screaming dreadnoughts flooding into the fortress.
Yes, these are the ones that burst out of the hole in the ground,
yeah.
which is what fucking killed me, because like I can't imagine a fucking dreadnought climbing anything, let alone out of a hole in the ground.
Bearing in mind these are like Chaos Corrupted ones as well. But
they're probably like half mutant monster then, I guess. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
That does actually sound terrifying. I don't want to see that in real life, ever.
And
no live action movies for me, please.
Here,
screaming dreadnoughts.
Well, at the time, a Chaos Dreadnought was basically just a normal dreadnought with a very large head.
And a weird arm. And a really weird arm. Right?
What do you mean a very large head? Because like my image of a dreadnought is just a box with legs.
Okay, now add a head.
Okay, well imagine a box with legs and a giant Chaos Warrior helmet on the front.
That sounds like a fucking bobblehead.
Well, yeah, basically.
It sounds less terrifying and more just ridiculous, to be honest.
So I think like this is where the Forex Warhand thing happens after like during the chaos of this battle now though. Now they've actually properly gotten in there. And yeah, he just straight up runs up to this thing and starts like going to town on the pistons on its ankle with his power fist. Which is like it's thematically crazy, but on the other hand you're like, yeah, I guess that would probably not be good for a Warhound Titan. If a Terminator was like clinging to you, slamming a power fist into your mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, he's effectively 3 meters tall, right? And the Warhound Titan is, what, 20 meters tall?
Yeah.
So
maybe
he's
a
like,
little smaller, but yeah.
The Warhound Titan is like, I mean, half of it seems to be leg. So he's probably like, he's a reasonable way up the leg, I guess.
Yeah.
He just starts climbing it, though, doesn't he? Yeah, and just like ripping shit out.
Yeah. Like, incredibly badass, and he finally like gets his white whale. And then like the wall collapses and there's another Warhound there, like, fuck you. Blast him with like Melter or something.
Yeah.
Just obliterates.
Just evaporated.
This, like, one moment of like triumph.
Yeah, he's just the way they describe it, it's like nuts and bolts flying is all that's left of him.
Yeah. That was a bit sudden. That was very fucking
sudden. Crash Bandicoot death and his blue shorts float down. We're back to a Crash Bandicoot deaths again.
Well, yeah, that was how I envisioned it. Doesn't it say that he's basically just disintegrated or something?
Yep.
So.
Yep. And
also, that Chaos Dreadnought looks ridiculous.
We also then get to see the Warsmith in combat, where he flies in and just like annihilates the Imperial Fist captain, who was like, I know I can't be killed.
Wait, he's properly ascended now as well, right?
He is ascending. He is like in the process of ascending. He's like got wings. He flies.
Yeah, now he's like 75% beetle.
Has like a duel where the captain like holds his own for like a surprising amount of like time, like 10 seconds or something, and then cleaves right away, like just fucks him up, picks him up, and just bites through his entire chest cavity and sucks his organs out.
Yeah, well, this is Ishara, isn't it? The captain of the Imperial Fist.
I didn't write his name down.
Because I only wrote it down because this is the line where he's like screaming at Ishara that he's going to gorge himself on his seed.
Yes. Even Hontu was shocked as he saw the Space Marine's entire chest cavity had been bitten through, the organs within sucked from his body and devoured by the Warsmith. Rip, Captain.
Yeah, Did he use the term "devour his seed"? Because that is just.
No, he said I'm going to gorge myself on your gene seed. Yeah, is what he said.
I'm going to gorge myself on your seed. Now unzip.
Well, this is why after fucking Game of Thrones, I couldn't take any of these lines seriously.
At this point, there's not much left. It like has a really sudden ending with like total chaos victory.
Yeah, they just win. That's it. They win. They take the gene seed. They leave. And then we get a little epilogue scene.
Well, we get to...
You've missed over a few things. So,
yeah, go for it.
The Warsmith has ascended, and he sets up Honsu to take command of the Iron Warriors warband.
In fact, as he ascends, he sits there like... Yeah, like Leonid, and I think Leonid's like, we can't let them take this. We have to destroy it. Because him and the Imperial... And he's been...
Yeah, that's the thing. Leonid actually manages to destroy a chunk of the gene seed so the Iron Warriors can get a hand of it.
But it's described as like a hopeless task trying to destroy this because of how much there is. So he's running around smashing some of these like tanks with fetuses in them, basically. And
wait, is that gene seed looks like fetuses?
No, it's like grown on things, right? Wasn't that the idea?
Technically, gene seed looks like testicles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it really does.
Wow. Okay. This is not helping the imagery at all.
It sounds like it's helping quite a lot.
Let's be honest. Space Marines are really, really fucking homoerotic, but they're never going to go anywhere with that.
I hope Henry Cavill accurately portrays the homoeroticness of Space Marines when he gets whatever he's doing going.
Well, other than Ragnar, though, Space Marines are completely asexual. So how is
they are completely? They can be. You can be completely asexual and still the Greek bathhouse culture, your oiled, muscly abs and all of that shit.
Yeah. Well, we got that in Horus Heresy.
You can be asexual and still be homo-masculine.
Yes, and they are very homoerotic Space Marines.
I'll bow to your opinion on this. We'll okay.
I think in this case, it's described as being like basically like tanks with fetuses in them, and like the presumption would be that the fetus has got the gene seed growing in it or something like that, ready to be extracted, right?
Yeah, we could explain that when they put the gene seed in a Space Marine, it grows a second gene seed, which gets removed. And I think that's what they were doing with the fetuses.
So if the gene seed genetically changes its host to be a Space Marine, could they not just grow Space Marines in test tubes like this from the start and not have to deal with the like massive fucking body warping that the sort of prepubescent people go through when they're chosen later on in life?
You clearly don't understand the science.
Apparently, that's why I'm asking about it.
Next question.
Okay, fine, whatever. Moving on.
So we get the scene where he is like, this is the scene where he ascends. He's like sitting here, like basically smashing glasses and eating fetuses that
eating them.
He's literally just like grabbing them and eating them.
Oh wait, you're talking about the Warsmith now?
Yes, yeah. Leonid's trying to destroy this, and then they like hear the
Warsmith
alarms.
Is gobbling them up like a fucking.
And then they hear this like catastrophic sound, and they're like, the fighting's over here. They've breached. We have to go and like try and fight them off while others try and smash the tanks. They arrive. He's just like eating fetuses from these tanks, and Leonid's like, I need to fight them, and he just like collapses and crumples in a heap on the floor because he can't. He simply cannot. Fight this like impressive presence.
But he didn't even get a chance to actually fight the Warsmith because he can't even stand in his presence.
And then the Warsmith goes, Honsu, I leave you in charge, as you are the winner because the other two are dead. I must now go. And then he goes.
As he ascends into space, he's like, Honsu, take my
Honsu, I'll be right here.
It's fucking stupid. It's so dumb.
You watch the trenches, I'll watch the skies. Honsu goes outside, and some guys are like, "Yep, hello, Warsmith. Get in your limo." So clearly, the arrangements have been made. Happily for Honsu, he doesn't have to like prove that the Warsmith just did this.
Yeah.
So the Honsu arc gets a happy ending.
Well, it gets a happy ending for now because
he gets the happy ending
Honsu's
for this
story
book.
Is not over.
It's not.
Yeah, for this book.
So this book ends in a happy ending for Honsu. What else happens?
We don't know what happens to Hawk yet.
So
what is going to happen to Hawk?
In the epilogue, two things happen. One, the Hawk sees a ship.
They level the entire.
An AdMech ship shows up and is like, nobody must ever know, and blows it and just destroys the entire thing and then leaves.
But more fool for them because one person survives.
And then the Imperial Fists show up, and Hawk and are like, "What happened here?" And Hawk's like, "Oh, there's a siege here and blah blah blah." And they just and this. And they're like, "Did blah 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 Imperial Fist Captain get here?" And Hawk's like, "Who?"
Yeah. So Hawk is surprisingly dismissive of the Imperial Fists, and I was expecting the Imperial Fist to just kill him. I'd just be like, "What the fuck is this guy?" and just shoot him. But I was glad to see they didn't, because that would have been like a really. I was expecting. So the way I thought this was happening, what Graham McNeill was trying to do at the end here, was to basically just reset, and everything was just going to go back to normal, the way it was at the beginning, except for the fact that Chaos now suddenly had like all the gene seed in the universe. Well, half the gene seed in the universe. So I thought I thought Hawk was just going to die, and then I thought nobody was.
Yeah.
I thought no one was ever going to know what the AdMech did, and wiped out the fucking base and everything, and then Hawk's just carried away as if like. So I don't know what's going to happen now. I can only imagine with the Imperial Fist
again.
There's a lot of lines and stuff that come out of characters in this book that sounded more like they should have been speeches in different contexts. There was a lot of characters saying things that was not. It didn't feel like their character. And then they would suddenly come out with this fucking speech that sounded very. It sounded very against their character that had been building up throughout the story.
McNeil's idea of character development.
And every time it happened, though, it made me think, like, is this a quote that he got from somewhere? Because it sounded like he had a list of quotes, and then he wanted to put them in the story somewhere, and so he found characters where it might work, and sort of throw that quote in there, and that's why it sounded just so disconnected from their actual character. But I don't know if that's actually what was happening.
That is absolutely what McNeill has done. He's done that all the time.
Right. Do we have any other comments on like the events of the book?
I don't think so.
I think we glossed over several plot Okay.
Did we?
But did we cover all the plot lines you listed at the beginning, wasn't he?
Oh, let me go back to my list of plot lines. We had Hawk. So Hawk's plotline, he is a good-for-nothing soldier who ends up doing heroic things and then survives to the end. The only survivor.
Yep, carried away by the Imperial Fist.
Honsu's character arc, where he earns the respect of the Warsmith by briefly having a demon in him, and then also being the last one standing. Forex gets his mojo back and finally hunts down that Warhound Titan, only to immediately get a Crash Bandicoot death.
Yep.
Kroger gets turned into gets killed and supplanted by a prisoner who becomes the avatar of Khorne, who then sucks up a load of blood and hops into a hole in reality, never to be seen again.
That was the most fucking Looney Tunes arc of the entire fucking thing, and we just had a Crash Bandicoot death.
Yes. The sorcerer.
Hold on one sec. I was just thinking about something you said just now. It's interesting you saying about the armor, and maybe the armor was more responsible for the bloodlust shit that we saw from Kroger before. It would have been, I think that would have been really cool if that had actually been shown, and the way that in the way that Kroger acted when he didn't have the armor on. If he'd become like a very different person suddenly when he didn't have the armor on, that would have actually been kind of cool.
But
and kind of
takes
laid
the
up to
armor
that.
off and keeps being a dick.
Yeah, he's just exactly the same person with and without the armor.
Does he have anything on, like, other than the armor, or is he just like strutting about naked while she cleans his armor?
I assume he's just wearing his like undersuit or whatever.
his Chaos Space Marine underwear.
Yeah, it's like long johns.
Well, clearly not, because McNeill in a later book has Loken parading around with his horse dick swinging around. So I can only assume
Wasn't that Abnett?
naked.
No, that's Abnett who did that.
That is not in the first
McNeill
one.
did it too.
It's the first. Okay, well they both did it. Great.
Abnett set him up. That was the character that Abnett set him with. He was like, clearly you're obligated to mention that Loken has a horse dick.
I don't. Okay. Horse-sized. Anyway,
fair enough.
I am sure this is not as detailed as we'll get to that one day.
I don't remember that. I just remember his face being described as Equine, not his cock.
No, that's somebody else.
I think it was his face as Equine and also his cock. Like,
Okay. We will have to explore this in detail when we get to these books. Next arc, the Sorcerer's arc. The Sorcerer fucks up but lies about it and hides it, and then he does the Admech stuff, and then he gets turned into a puddle. The Titans. The Titans all have their heroic standoffs, and but then eventually all die. But they end up being a big part of Honsu's arc, and I guess interacting with the Imperial officers.
Who was the guy who wrestled one? I completely fucking forgot his name again.
Oh, that's Forex. Yeah, they end up being a big part of Forex's arc because he's like trying to hunt down this Warhound.
You said Honsu. I was thinking about.
Oh, did I? Oh, Forex. Yes, and then they also have like their interactions with Imperial officers. The Imperial officers and Imperial fists end up being like the loyalist side, like viewpoint, the chief loyalist viewpoint, where we get to experience being sieged from their point of view.
There's a great line in there as well. The Imperial Fist is talking to I think it's Lorek, or I am so bad with names. This is going to become a meme. Where the fuck is Leonid? Leonid or whatever.
Yeah.
He's talking to Leonid, and Leonid's like, "Look at them charge our fucking gun emplacements. They're pretty fucking brave. These traitors." And the Imperial Fist is standing beside him like, Never refer to them in any terms like this. They are not brave. They are just insane, or some shit like that. Once you start empathizing with the enemy, you'll be able to see their mindset or some shit like that. I don't know. It was like completely pointless bullshit.
Mind or something.
It was like half a page as well, mid combat, and then the next page of combat was over when he had the perfect time to say that. Yeah,
it was fucking completely like pointless in that moment.
We have the Admech corruption arc, and we have the secrets of Hydrocodatus. So I'd say we covered off everything.
What happened to the fucking button pressing guy?
He got killed. We covered that.
Hold the shield on.
When the betrayer
he was killed by the Obliterator, wasn't he?
The mutant.
Yeah.
The mutant pulled his brain out of the tank or something. Unplugged his brain.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I must have forgotten that bit. And he was no longer pressing the button that kept the shield on.
Yes. Or very specifically, an Obliterator dude got in there and started pressing the buttons to keep the shield off. However it works.
It turns out the guy didn't actually do anything. He was just a brain in a jar.
Let's be honest, a lot of the characters don't really do anything.
No.
We ready to go into our glowing reviews of this book?
Well, I should say, I was given this book last year by one of my friends who plays Iron Warriors, saying it's the best 40k book he's ever read.
It's probably one of the most 40k books I've ever read.
In all the best and worst ways.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I'm a big fan of this book. Even if we think his entire work has ripped off something else, it's probably ended up being like a better written book for it than a lot of 40k battle books are. He gets the vibe right, everything, like, even the stuff which doesn't make any fucking sense is still pretty in line with the vibe of 40k. There was a lot of badass, over-the-top shit going on in this book, and we get to see perspectives we don't normally see in a book, or so we haven't really seen so far in these books that we've been reviewing. We end up getting loads of books later on that are like Chaos Space Marine books, but early on there was this, and it was good.
I'll agree that this was very 40k. Most of the books we've read so far almost didn't feel 40k to me because they felt too much like they were World War II, or too much like they were like a weird space adventure, happy-go-lucky feeling. Like the Space Marine books, for example, the vibe felt way too cheerful. That I wasn't expecting for 40k because
Space Wolf.
Space Wolf, yeah. Sorry, Space Wolf. I didn't like any of the characters. I think like even some of the most relatable characters was probably the more human ones. So you got female Imperial Guards woman, but even then she felt very cardboard. We didn't really see much of her, just throughout the entire story, really. So it was, and everyone else was a complete dick, and most of them were Iron Warriors. So that was pretty understandable. But at the same time, it's and even the characters who were just complete assholes were not in a fun way. They were just kind of meh. Everyone was just very boring in this. I think you said it best, CJ. You said everyone feels like they're bored in this story.
They do spend a lot of time being bored. I don't know. I found it like I wouldn't want to have a drink with any of them, but there's quite fun to read some of the shit that they get up to.
I'm not saying to be clear. I'm not saying that
enjoyable characters personally. But a lot of them.
I'm not saying a character that is an asshole cannot be a fun character to witness. It's just like as they're all assholes in a boring way. Like almost all the characters I just didn't have much interest in. Like I feel like I think that was probably my problem with the story, is not that it wasn't a good 40k story. It wasn't that you didn't get to see a bunch of awesome siege aspects and a lot of stuff from the 40k world which people are going to look at and say that's awesome. It's because I didn't have enough interest in any of the characters. I think
I do think some of the rivalries are quite fun. You have like the rivalries going on, and I think some of them, some of the things that happen to them can be satisfying. Yeah.
I mean, I think CJ, who was your favorite character in this book?
I did like Forex, just because he felt like, well, the whole story feels like it's from a codex just expanded. He felt like the most codex character in it, where he's it's a compliment as an
Chaos Lord in Terminator armor.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like he was fitting the description of the cold calculating Iron Warriors captain or Chaos Lord.
McNeill was never able to write rules and put him in, whereas Gav Thorpe totally got to write Cage and Schaefer. And
Cage didn't get rules.
He didn't he got rules. I've shown you the rules.
Oh, he got rules, but not a model.
Yeah, and his rule is psychopath. That was his rule.
Yeah, something like that.
It had to be the edges thing, imaginable. So that makes.
Yeah, I think I can agree on Fox for myself. Well. He's just a very overall. Every facet of Fox that we see, other than his moroseness at the start, is fun, and we get to see things develop.
I think Forex feeds into pretty much the only thing I did find interesting that I wanted to keep on reading to see, which was the Iron Warriors kind of the logistics aspect, and the fact that they were actually setting up like a proper siege, which was probably one of the only things I did like actually enjoy about the book, was the initial kind of like, how are they going to go about this siege? Once the siege started to get into process, it did kind of get a bit boring again. But
Jimbus next, or
Yeah. When I was 14 and I read this book for the first time, it was amazing. It was one of the coolest things, and it was one of the books that helped cement 40k for me. Rereading this at the age of 34, this book has not aged as gracefully as I kind of wished it would. It's the story itself is, aside from the fact that he basically just he's not McNeill is not imaginative enough to change. If he had updated it for 40k in a better way instead of rote copying it, it probably would be a lot better. And the characters, a good story, a story is only as good as its characters. Good characters make a story. There are not particularly good characters in the story, and they kind of drag the book down a fair bit. It's a perfectly decent 40k story. It's as far as Bolter Porn goes, it's better than a lot of this early stuff. But the book does not hold up as well as I honestly wished it did. We have to point out that Storm of Iron is one of the most important 40k books ever written. Not just in being the first book where we're seeing it from the baddie's perspective, but the fact that a whole ton of books after it all draw back to this.
We will get to some of these many books that are going to pull from Storm of Iron when we get to them. There's probably some that are quite surprising as well.
In fact, I honestly think these references to Storm of Iron in books not written by Graham McNeill. I believe Gav Thorpe and Abner have both referenced it.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, especially.
It's important at the end of this episode to point out that regardless of everything we've said about them, the Storm of Iron is one of the most important 40k books ever written. It's one of the most important books Black Library has ever published, in terms of its influence on Black Library going forward, the way in which stuff actually also pops up in some of the codexes. This is the most important 40k book we've covered so far. It's arguably more important than the Eisenhorn books, arguably more important than the Gaunt's Ghost books.
That's really interesting in the sense that we do see a lot more detail on a lot of things than I was expecting, because a lot of this feels like this is the 40k that I know of from other aspects, from Horus Heresy, from the games. This felt the most 40k so far. Maybe it wasn't just because, as we've said before, that Graham McNeill writes like he's writing 40k, but maybe it's because of what the content that actually was in here is stuff that has definitely been kept canon, definitely been carried through to everything else.
This is the exact opposite of Farseer. This is actually the interesting thing. Farseer is the one that was declared not canon and it's kind of been buried, whereas Storm of Iron is the one that has endured, even if I don't think it's endured as well as I wish it did.
Even if the writing hasn't held up as much as you'd like it to.
Yeah.
It's a shame, though.
Still
plot story elements. Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, when we actually first kicked off this podcast, one thing we said we wanted to talk about is their the influence these books have had on the setting, and we haven't really had that much to say about that in the books we've read so far. So I'm actually really glad you brought that up here, because it's
It is a shame that Farseer got absolutely murdered in terms of canon, because there was a lot of aspects in Farseer that were really interesting, and it's kind of funny to see that Farseer just got yeeted completely, and this book is one of the most important in terms of all canon. I honestly probably enjoyed Farseer more, I think. Just as an actual story, as opposed to, if I really liked Iron Warriors, I think this is what maybe CJ, maybe your friend, he's an Iron Warriors fan. I can imagine anyone who likes Iron Warriors. I know someone else who's an Iron Warriors fan who absolutely loves this book. Anyone who likes Iron Warriors is going to fucking love this book, because
it does feel the way that it want a book to do Iron Warriors.
I don't know that much about Iron Warriors, but everything I know, it felt like it was in that book.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Iron Warriors, but after this book, I definitely appreciated them a lot more.
Yes, that's a good one. That's a good point.
Overall, round table.
And that's a good point to end this on, really.
Well, yeah. Would just a quick round table. Would you recommend this book?
Well, you can't, regardless of its quality, and I don't think it's as good as it should be, but you kind of have to. This thing is very significant, and better written books will reference this one in the future.
As a standalone book, I have to say no. As a 40k book, or if you're a fan of Iron Warriors, or just Space Marines in general, or any chapters, then yeah, sure, go for this one. It's a decent
If
one.
you want to read Graham McNeill's oeuvre, his 40k books, you have to read this one because he will be referencing it in almost every single book he writes going forwards.
Yep.
There is something I do find when we talked about the Horus Heresy before as well, is it's a lot of these stories are also interconnected. Certain ones are just required reading, which I can imagine can be very off-putting and very cumbersome in getting into this sort of world.
CJ, what about you?
I'd absolutely recommend the book. It does feel quite foundational. Like, to introduce someone into 40k, I would recommend it for that even.
This is a good
a strange
introduction to
book for it.
40k. More so, I'd argue even than like say Space Wolf, because this thing is got the tone, this bleak, dark tone of there is only war, everyone is evil.
I think if you want to learn about Space Marines, Space Wolf is a better book, but otherwise, yeah.
I mean, just the sad thing here is if this had better written characters, if Abnett was writing the characters for the story, then it would be almost perfect.
I disagree entirely with that. Fuck this book is like somebody who doesn't know anything about 40k. I feel like if I didn't already know stuff from the books, from the other books, from Horus Heresy and from the games, this book would have been even more boring than I found certain sections of it. I don't think I'd have been happy with this. I enjoyed Space Wolf on its own without knowing anything about it. So
I think this is I'd probably say it's fair to say that this is a very good book for learning more about 40k. It's maybe not a good first 40k book.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
As an intro to 40k, I think it's not the best. But if you know about 40k and want to start reading the books, this is where you'd start.
Maybe.
For myself, I would definitely recommend it, but I am a sucker for weird chaos shit. So
there is plenty of weird chaos shit in this. This is probably the most I've learned about weird chaos shit.
And you want a story from a chaos perspective, this is one of the earliest ones, and it does that well, even if we have complaints about the characters. So I think, I think that rounds up our thoughts on the book. Next up, we're going to be looking at the Gaunt's Ghosts books. We'll be looking at the Saint arc, which is made up of Honor Guard, Guns of Tanith, Straight Silver, and Sabbat Martyr. So
you did that wrong. You should have gone like, next up, we're going back to an old friend, or we're going back to an old basic, or you could have done a better job of that, wasn't he?
Next up on the Library of Chaos podcast, we're joining our old friends, Gaunt's Ghosts.
All right, thank you. Kind of old-timey radio presenter Obrium.
Meanwhile, on the Western Front.
Brilliant. We should get Obrium to do all the intros for the next ones in that voice. That's brilliant. Just please, more.
I don't know about that.
We will be looking at the next Gaunt's Ghosts books. And we'll be returning
We'll be going back and returning to our old friends, the Gaunt's Ghosts, with the Saint arc, which we're going to...